empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite light space, give refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We give refuge to Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. We give refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Kinas. We give refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite light space, give refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We give refuge in Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. We give refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Kinas. We give refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, give refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We give refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. We give refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Kinas. We give refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, give refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We give refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. We give refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Kinas. We give refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, give refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We give refuge to Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. We give refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Kinas. We give refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. And then as we recite the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, then you can visualize that from each syllable, light rays radiate. And maybe the simplest way is that the light rays purify all the negative karma, delusions, sickness, cause of sickness. Of ourselves and all beings around us. And then you think that golden light rays coming and bringing all the qualities of Guru Chenrezig's holy body, speech, and mind. So another way is to imagine that as the money wheel is spinning, and then like a magnet, it attracts and draws in all the negativities, all the sickness, cause of sickness, delusions, all sentient beings all get drawn into the 6 syllables, and then they are transformed to open down to us and transform into and then from the syllables the light rays go out, bring all the blessings, all the Buddhas, holy body, speech, and mind. All beings become Chenrezig from a certain mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Omani Bebe, 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 Omani Padme Hum. Omani Padme Hum. Nani Padme Hum. Nani Padme Hum. Nani Padme Hum. Omani 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 Padme Hum. Nanu. 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 Mani bebe hongo mani bebe hongo mani bebe hongo mani bebe hongo mani bebe. Mani bebe hongo mani bebe hongo mani bebe hongo. Mani bebe hongo 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 mani bebe. Mani bebe hongo mani bebe. Mani bebe hongo mani bebe. Mani bebe hongo mani. Mani bebe hongo mani bebe hongo. Omani Omani Peme 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 Mani Peme Omani Peme Omani Peme Omani Peme Omani Peme Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. So think that the light rays coming from the syllables in mantra, there are trillions of mantras. Om Mani Padme Hum. Each syllable in reality is manifestation of Chenrezig's holy speech. And light rays purify all the negative karmas, all the sickness, causes sickness. Along with all the imprints and negative karmas. Now all beings are completely healed. To think that light rays bring all the blessings of Guru Chenrezig's holy body, speech, and mind, absorb into all sentient beings. They will transform into Chenrezig, recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Diseases that sudden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhists, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they're being placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally purified, pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the bikinis, time protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma results, we all the prayers before minds and sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. And whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they're being placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the bikinis, down protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma, which results, and all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so let's dedicate for the swift elimination of this sickness, pandemic, to cease immediately. Beings receive whatever they need. I particularly pray for the precious holy mind of bodhicitta to immediately rise, ourselves and all sentient beings. But it has arisen not to decline, but increase more and more. And let's dedicate for the long lives of our holy gurus, precious holy masters. May they remain with us forever. Fill all this perfectly minds, and flourish and have whatever they need to complete their activities of study, reflection, meditation, service, and so forth. Okay, so I'm going to finish the session now, have a break, and back in half an hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Venerable Sarah. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everyone.
Hello.
Yes, thank you, thank
Good
you.
morning. Good evening. Good afternoon.
Yes. So good to be here with you all to do prayers on behalf of all sentient beings who may be suffering from COVID, for their families, for our Mother Earth, for all governments. May there be wisdom and compassion everywhere in this world, in all worlds. And I'm calling in from New York City, where it is a beautiful sunny morning. And of course, here also, there are, there are people suffering from COVID, from other illnesses, from poverty, ill health, samsaric delusions. may in New York City, in this state, in this country, in all countries, in our world, in all worlds, may there be healing. May there be much healing. So if there's anyone in particular that you would like to think about as we begin this session, if there's anyone you would like to bring to mind and heart that you would like to do special prayers for, please think of them strongly. May all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And again, third time, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now visualizing surrounded by all sentient beings, we will do some recitations of the Mani Mantra, the mantra of compassion. So visualizing, if we have the appropriate empowerment, visualizing ourselves dissolving into emptiness, arising as Avalokiteshvara Chenrezig. If not arisen as Chenrezig, then visualize Chenrezig on the crown of our heads or just a few inches in front of us at the crown of our heads, or bright white light and radiating in all directions down into our bodies and to all sentient beings. And as we are surrounded by all sentient beings who also have little Chenrezigs on the crown of their heads, so powerful emanations of Chenrezig, and those emanations are also lighting down into their bodies and surrounding them in all directions. As far as the eye can see, this is our mother, our father, all loved ones and friends around us and behind us, and those that we don't know, and those who are challenging to us around us and in front of us, as far as the eye can see, all having Chenrezig on the crown of their heads and emanating clouds of blessings, nectar. So we'll do just a couple minutes of the Mani Mantra at your own pace. And I'll bring us back in a couple of minutes. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Mani Padme, 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 Padme, Mani 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And now ourselves, all sentient beings, will consider, recite, ingest one of the glance meditations of the Lam Rim. This one given to us by George Chang Losang Jinpa, called A Direct Meditation on the Graduated Path, containing all the important meanings. And I'll pause just a little bit between each verse for us to be able to take it more deeply into ourselves, to reflect. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue, in the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Norsang and Bodhisattva, always crying, incorrectly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, and to abandon negative karma, and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. Independence upon that, even if I achieve the mere high rebirth of a devil or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscuration. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the path of the three types of precious training, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. Independence upon that, even if I achieve near liberation, since there is no sentient being of the six types who has not been my mother and my father, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then, please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons and daughters, the six paramitas, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary, unbearable compassion and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then, please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life, and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. Now some verses for us to meditate on our Guru entering our heart. May I not give rise to heresy, even for a second, in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious Root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. And now a verse from Kadampa Geshe Langri Tangpa's 8 Verses of Thought Transformation. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. And a verse from Aryasura's prayer in 70 stanzas. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And now some verses from Shantideva's Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for all the beings who enter a road, a boat, a ship, and a bridge for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island, a light for those who want a light, bedding for those who wish for bedding, and for all beings who desire a servant, may I become a servant of them all. May I be a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing, powerful mantra, accomplishing the actions of pacification, increase, and so forth, great medicine, curing every sickness, a wish-fulfilling tree, satisfying every need, and a wish-granting cow for all beings. Like the 4 great elements, the earth and so forth, and like the sky, may I always be a means of living in every way for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, may I be a means of living at all times and in all ways for the realms of sentient beings, equaling the extent of space until they attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory being remains, until then may I too remain to dispel the sufferings of transmigratory beings. And now we will move on to the actual prayer liberating Sakya from disease. First, a little bit of backstory from the colophon. Once an epidemic was spreading from one person to another at the great seat of the glorious Sakya monastery in Tibet. Whatever the mantric masters tried, thread crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo performed the space refuge, recited a number of mani mantras, and proclaimed the prayer that we will do following. After which the entire epidemic immediately ceased, independent upon its performance. Thereby it became renowned as the Vajra speech, radiating masses of clouds of blessing, entitled The Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. And we have an image from a tanka of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo in the little square right next to me, put up by our glorious Chenrezig Institute. So this is tanka of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, who has given us this prayer that we will do now. Prayer liberating Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And reciting the prayer liberating Sakya from disease, liberating all of us from disease, all sentient beings from disease. We'll recite it a second time. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we'll recite this prayer given to us by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, prayer liberating Sakya from disease. Well, it's a good morning, Carol. Nice to see you. Tashkale. So we'll continue with this prayer liberating Sakya from disease, third time. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians. Excuse me. And by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now, I think we have time. We'll recite another prayer given to us by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. This one, a request to pacify the fear of famine. And a little bit of backstory from the colophon. In Tibet, when a great fear of famine caused by bad harvest, frost, hail, and the like arose, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo offered an alms bowl full of grain in front of the Gyalpo Rinpoche plaza and made prayers. As a result of this, those endowed with the appropriate karma saw Arya Avalokiteshvara bringing down a rain of grain from the sky over the land of Tibet. This blessed Vajra speech also liberates all living beings from sufferings of hunger and thirst. And now the prayer. Having generated the mind, aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate, victorious one, completed the two accumulations, the assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Prateka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love. And then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows, on this whole world, on all worlds. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, flame, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crop, harvest, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And now we'll move on to some dedication verses. First, to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And a prayer for all those who may be sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. And to meet a perfect guru in all our lifetimes, in all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And for Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path, highly admired by the victorious one. May we never turn away for even a second from the pure path, highly admired by the victorious one. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. and a prayer to cherish sentient beings more than oneself. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. And to abide in samsara for sentient beings. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve the highest enlightenment. And to dedicate in the same way as all past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lamazoba Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And now to seal the merits of our prayers with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, who are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, attain the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And I thank you so much. Thank you so much to Chenrezig Institute for facilitating these beautiful prayers over the course of this 24 hours. And now I see Venerable Sarah is back. Her beautiful prayer wheel is turning, and with image of Lamazoba Rinpoche right there next to it. So I turn over to Venerable Sarah. Can't hear you, Sarah. So nice to be praying at this moment with Lamazoba Rinpoche, with Venerable Sarah's prayer wheel. Oh, there, I think we hear you. Are you there, Venerable Sarah? We can't hear you yet.
Hello, can you hear me?
There we go.
Hello, hello.
We're there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you perfectly. Yes.
Oh, sorry, I don't know what happened. I was gone off somewhere. I was saying hello, hello, and there was no response. Hello, I'm back. Thank you so much for reading all the prayers. That was beautiful. Yeah, I get very inspired when you read these different prayers, all the different Thangtong Gyalpo prayers. That was wonderful. It's wonderful to do. Really good idea. Thank you so much. Yeah. So okay, I can't hear you. So that's funny. Either people can't hear me or I can't hear them.
Yes, we can hear you well.
I'm assuming that people can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Ah, okay, good.
Maybe there's a delay.
Okay,
yes,
good. Thank
you,
Anila. Maybe. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's really broken up. Oh, okay. 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 Well, okay. So this is just a half-hour session. So I'm going to start off with calling the Guru from afar, and nothing very elaborate. So Anila did all these different Thangtong Gyalpo prayers, which is very wonderful and very topical because, of course, there is the semblance that a war is going to start. Whether it will start or whether it's just a game, we don't know, but it's not a very funny game. But yeah, degenerate times. And as I mentioned before, the big news here is the great loss of one of the masters, one of the great masters in Nyingma school, Dujum Yangsi, who passed away several days ago, who left, never been ill his whole life, and just simply went into meditation and left. So as I mentioned before, there is a prophecy by Guru Rinpoche that when times become degenerate, the High Lamas leave, not through volition, but due to our own lack of merit. So I, for one, remember this very terrible time. And it was around the time that Lama Yeshe passed away, the precious Guru Lama Yeshe. So around that same time, so many High Lamas passed away, as well as Cherish, as well as Sakya Rinpoche, as well as Sangha Rinpoche, Lama Yeshe, as well as Ling Rinpoche. It was like one after another. It was a really, really like terrible, terrible, terrible time. But they did come back. They did come back. So, however, it's probably the worst, one of the worst experiences one can have is to have to go through this. So let's dedicate this session not just for the COVID pandemic, but something far, far worse, which is the degeneration that causes the gurus to leave us. So let's pray that by accumulating this virtue, by following the guru's wishes, and by doing the Om Mani Padme Hum and the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers, creates the cause for the gurus to remain and guide us. So I'm going to start by reciting and calling the guru from afar, and visualizing root guru on the crown of the head, and making this heartfelt request. Lama, think of me. Lama, think of me. Lama, think of me. Magnificently glorious Lama, dispelling the darkness of ignorance. Magnificently glorious Lama, revealing the path to liberation. Magnificently glorious Lama, liberating from the waters of samsara. Magnificently glorious Lama, eliminating the diseases of the 5 poisons. Magnificently glorious Lama, who is the wish-granting jewel. I beseech you, please grant me blessings. Magnificently glorious Lama, please bless me to remember impermanence and death from the heart. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to generate the thought of no need in my mind. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to abide one-pointedly in practice in solitary places. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to not have any hindrance to my practice. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me without error the view of the fundamental nature of reality. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me so that all bad conditions appear as a support. Magnificently glorious Guru, please bless me to accomplish effortlessly the 2 works of self and others. Magnificently glorious Guru, Please bless me now. Please bless me quickly, very quickly. Please bless me as I sit here on this cushion. Please bless me as I sit here in this very session. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious root Guru, please abide on the lotus seat of my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your holy body, holy speech, and holy mind. Then the request to Chenrezig. O Arya compassionate one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you, please listen to me. Please guide myself, mothers and fathers, in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. Please lead with your hand of compassion me and my greatest 2 fields of bliss. Please, Amita Chenrezig, in all my lives be virtuous friends. Show well the undeceptive pure path, and quickly place us in Buddha's state. Then recite the mantra, thinking that from the 6 syllables on the prayer wheel, so there's trillions of Om Mani Padme Hum being activated, and from each syllable, which is actually manifestation of Guru Chenrezig's holy speech, the light rays emanate. White light completely purifies, heals all sicknesses, purifies all the cause of sickness. No delusions, karmas, even subtle imprints. And I think that all sentient beings completely purified, free of sickness, and then the golden light rays come and they bring all the blessings of Guru Chenrezig's holy body, speech, and mind. All sentient beings transform to Chenrezig and recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Umani Bhemeo, 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 Mani 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 Mani. Oh, excuse me. Mani 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 Oh Mani Mani Oh Mani 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 Oh 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 Mani 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 Oh 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 Mani 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 Oh Mani Mani Oh Mani Mani Oh Mani Mani Oh Mani 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 Oh Mani 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 Oh 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 Mani Mani. So finish. Then recite the prayer. I bless the woman to visualize the light rays coming from the syllables of the mantra and prayer out to making her own sound, vibration spreading out countless universes. And white light, complete purifying all sickness, cause of sickness, all sentient beings, healing yourself, healing others. And the golden light bringing all the causes. Chenrezig's holy body, speech, and mind. So you just think that the vibration of the mantra manipulating Chenrezig's holy speech is just pervading everything. Everything is just humming with the mantra, vibrating with the mantra. Everything's transforming into Chenrezig's pure light, and all the beings into Chenrezig. To recite the prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo, may all the diseases, sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, Holiness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, so they've been placed inside the mouth of the arm of the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spreads that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the beginnings, time, protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so Let's dedicate that this pandemic immediately cease, and that all wars cease, all famine ceases, all sicknesses cease, and it's and dedicate for bodhicitta, mind of loving kindness at least, to rise in the hearts and minds of all sentient beings and abide there. And where it has arisen, for it never to decline but increase more and more. And let's dedicate for the long life, all the gurus, and the holy wishes to be fulfilled. And may they not abandon us, not leave us, but always guide us. So just we have very little time left. The time that we are able to be with perfectly qualified teachers, this time that we have them in this world is very precious, but can go any time. There's very little time left, so it's important to constantly request them and to really try to follow the advice and cherish. And I think Venerable Bean is coming. Can't see her online. Sometimes she's a little late. As they say in Germany, spät aber doch. She might be late sometimes, but she always comes. Money penny, 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 if anyone sees Venerable Bina, please shout out to me because I don't always see on the Zoom.
Hello, everyone. I forgot completely. I completely forgot, but here I am. And there's Sarah in Boda, somewhere behind the wheel. There she is. Good, everybody. So happy to see you all. Let's do our prayers. How wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, so let me get my prayers out. Get my prayers out. Oh, I forgot. I've lost you. What happened? There we go. Hang on a second. Okay. So we think we're all here together for this 1 hour to visualize the Buddha as Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion in this Sambhogakaya form, which is the enjoyment body, the more subtle form that the great Arya Bodhisattvas can see directly in their meditation. So we visualize that, okay? We're going to do these wonderful prayers, the Thangtong Gyalpo, the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as Liberating Sakya from disease. And to strongly imagine visualizing Chenrezig there in front of us, okay, in the sky in front, light body, white light body, kind of male form, but sometimes it's hard to tell. They all look the same. And he's sitting on a multicolored lotus, and there's sun disk and moon disk on the lotus, like 2 flat cushions. Hang on a second. So then Lama Chenrezig in front of us, radiant white light body with his 5-pointed crown, and he's beautifully decorated with beautiful jewels and all these things, as you see in the pictures, and full of love and compassion, full of empathy, full of like light and blissful and beautiful, you think. And if you have a spiritual teacher, you think it's your Lama, your guru, your spiritual mentor, manifesting as Chenrezig for your benefit. Think like that. Think like, and the benefit of all sentient beings. So then he's sitting on this multicolored lotus, imagine, in the sky about eye level, and he's got his hands, the 2 hands in the front, and the top holding, in the front holding in the prayer mudra, and then either side, the right hand holding a crystal rosary, and the left hand holding a lotus in his 2 other hands. Everything's radiant light. Just imagine it, the Buddha manifesting to benefit sentient beings. So then we visualize all these sentient beings, all, as always we do, in the form of friends, enemies, and strangers, the objects of attachment, the objects of aversion, the objects of ignorance, indifference, uncaring. The whole universe full of all these beings of all the realms of existence, each but in the form of humans, which is the form they can get enlightened in, and all of them experiencing their own particular sufferings. Imagine this. So we visualize them as the friends, enemies, and strangers. So right in front, we imagine the enemies, the objects of our aversion. Just even imagine one or two you think of and all the others. People you haven't forgiven, people who've hurt you, people even now who are harming you, even maybe some politicians you don't like, you know. Then to the left, your beloveds, objects of your attachment. And then to the right, and all the way to the horizon in the front, above, to the left, the right, below, and behind. The whole universe full of all the strangers, all experiencing their own sufferings. And we think every one of them is equal to each other from one point of view. They all want happiness and they all don't want suffering. This is universal fact. So now thinking, because they've all got the potential to be free of suffering and its causes and to be fully happy, this is Buddha's view, then we have this, we pray, we aspire, we request Lama Chenrezig to send his blessings to all these sentient beings, taking away their suffering, giving them happiness. We imagine this as we say these prayers and we do our visualizing. So now we imagine at Lama Chenrezig's brow a white Om, at his throat a red R, at his heart in the center of his chest a blue Hung. And then we imagine what we do is we've now set up our visualization. And they refer to this as the different words they use they call it the commitment being or the symbolic being. So it's sort of like it's pretend Buddha, not quite Buddha yet. So now we invite, this is called inviting the wisdom beings. It's sort of like inviting all the actual Buddhas, the actual Chenrezigs from their abodes, from their pure lands throughout the universe. So imagine from the blue Hung, light goes out, laser beams of blue light go out to all the 10 directions and hook the energy of the body, speech, and mind of all the Chenrezigs, the actual Buddhas. And all this energy comes back with that light and absorbs back into the blue Hung. And then our visualization becomes radiant and blissful. And now in the embodiment of all the Chenrezigs in the universe. Tsa Hung Bam Ho, and they become non-dual. And now we all express our reliance on Chenrezig. Okay, together we do this. Imagine all the sentient beings expressing our refuge, our reliance. So the first motivation, we call it. So we imagine all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. And we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. There's a very specific way the Sakyapas talk. Our Gelupas, we talk differently, but they all come to the same thing. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. And we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. And we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we imagine, now we say the mantra, sing the mantra first. And as we do that, we visualize Lama Chenrezig sending radiant laser beams of white light from the white Om at his brow that enters into our brow. All the people who've got, suffering as a result of the pandemic, not even just those who've got the disease, but who are actually suffering as a result of it, the consequences of it, families, people, all the exhausted people working in the hospitals, all the people sick, from just all the people suffering the consequences of this worldwide pandemic, in particular, of course, the people who are sick, which is the environmental result of killing, and the other kind of karma experiences similar to the cause of killing is when you actually die young, you die, So this is the result of past killing, all of us experiencing this in some way or another. In particular, those who've got the disease, we imagine totally purifying all the karmic causes of it, and that can even hasten the healing process, but also purifying. So purifying the sickness itself, all the sentient beings and all of their suffering, all the physical suffering of all the animals and humans, because we're the ones who have physical suffering, which is the fruit of harming others, especially the animals. Think of the poor animals, all their terrible physical suffering and no benefit, unless they've got a special mummy with a special veterinarian. They just stay suffering. And so many humans who just stay suffering, agonizing, all of this suffering ceasing. And then also we purify all the millions of karmic seeds in the minds of all these sentient beings that haven't yet ripened as suffering. This is what we want to do. Strongly imagining this for ourselves and all beings. This white light filling us, wanting this from our hearts. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme. Strongly visualizing, strongly wanting. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. I've got to leave you for about 1 minute, so please strongly saying your mantras. I'll be back. Can you mute yourself, Helen? That's it, darling. Thanks. Hom mani padme hum. So now we say these prayers. We recite the prayer. Mute yourself, Helen. You keep unmuting, sweetheart. Helen. Mute, darling. There you go. So, okay, let's do the prayer now together. Continuing to visualize, never stopping visualizing. Chenrezig blessing everybody. Light pouring out from his brow, entering the brows of all being, purifying the suffering, the results of the harming in the past, which is the suffering of the body, and then the causes that haven't yet ripened. That's it. Okay, as we say the prayer from our hearts. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of the law of karma, the natural law, such that anything we say or think or do programs us and produces the person we become and our experiences. We are our own creators. So by the power of this natural law, and by therefore the virtue we're creating now, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. That's the thing. How marvelous, just having these thoughts, creating the cause for all this. Everything exists on the tip of the wish, intention, volition. That's the meaning of karma. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we continue to visualize Lama Chenrezig sending white beams, radiant beams of laser light beams of white light from the white dome at his brow, entering us and everybody with all the suffering as a result of the pandemic, and all the sentient beings, any suffering at all, especially the suffering of the body, which is the fruit of harming others with our bodies, particularly killing. Strongly purifying all of this, and crucially purifying all the karmic seeds that have been planted by our past actions, but that haven't yet ripened. This is why we have to live in vows and purify. These are the brilliant tools we have to prevent the seeds from ripening. We've got to get ahead of the game, you know. This is a vital part of practice. All of this, imagine being purified as we say the mantra from our hearts. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. You can say it silently, which blesses your mind, but also say it slightly so all the beings around you can hear it, and also blesses your speech. That's really good. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Imagine now full of this blissful white light, and imagine all sentient beings totally purified. Their bodies free of suffering. Can you imagine the relief? And all the karmic seeds purified. Imagine, just imagine, full of this radiant light. So now imagine purifying the speech. This time from Lama Chenrezig's brow, throat. The red eye at his throat. Radiant laser beams of light go out, penetrating our throats, all the beings of the universe, and purifying all the results of negative speech. Of course, this is created mostly by humans, isn't it? So, but we've all been humans in the past, so we all experience the fruits of it. So, you know, the four results of all karmas, lower realm suffering, the tendency to keep doing it, the experience of having it done to you, and even the environmental results. All actions produce all four results at different times. So environmental results, you know, for example, of harsh speech, there's nothing grows. You'd be born in a desert, you know. Or a result of like all the different ones of speech have the result environmentally of nothing working properly. Too much fire, too much warmth, not enough warmth, too much rain. The elements never work together nicely. There's no harmony of the elements. This is caused by the actions of sentient beings over countless eons, you know. And then the experience similar to the cause is how we're treated by others. So if, you know, due to harsh speech, you'll always be born hearing ugly sounds and loud and, you know, things like that. Or people will always think you're being abusive, even if you're not. The result of lying is that no one believes you, or that people lie to you. This is a very common experience. Or, you know, rabbiting on about nothing, just idle gossip, just chatting. This brings the result, and we know this pain is very painful, is no one pays any attention. No one is interested in your speech. You have no power of speech. Your speech is like just sounds that no one has any interest in. This is extremely painful. So we want to purify all this. We don't want this. We need powerful speech to benefit sentient beings, you know. So let's purify the negative karma and the seeds from the past, so they don't ripen in the future. All of this, all sentient beings, radiant red beams of light filling us. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Strongly wanting to purify our speech. In Tantra, sound is the wind energy. So the purest sound is mantra. So by saying mantra, these pure sounds, we purify our winds, which is the subtle body, and that purifies illness eventually. And of course, it purifies our mind. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Full of this red light. Imagine all the suffering results of negative speech, all completely purified. How amazing. And all the karmic seeds of the infinite past lives, annihilating them before they ripen. How fantastic. So now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends from his heart chakra, where the blue hung, radiant laser beams of blue light that penetrate our hearts, fill us completely, and this time purify the source of all the problems, which is the delusions in the mind. So all the fruits of that, the karmic results of our harsh speech, negative speech, lying speech, actions have done, all the delusions that underpin the harmful actions of body and speech, which are the root cause of all the suffering. So here we purify the mind itself. Or the habits, for example. One of the consequences of doing anything is you have the habit. So purifying the anger itself, the jealousy itself, the attachment itself, the ignorance itself, the root delusion. And all the results of these. Strongly wanting this, the blue light completely filling every sentient being. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Full of this blue light. The mind free of all the delusions, free of all the misery, free of all the worries and the anxiety and the fears. Gone. How amazing. So now we continue to the verses again a few times from our hearts, and this time again visualizing Lama Chenrezig sending the white light from his brow, purifying all the bodies of all the suffering sentient beings. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening, that are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May all embodied beings, may all whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now Lama Chenrezig again, this time sends, we now visualize, we've purified the body, purified the speech, purified the mind. And now we're going to purify even the subtlest imprints. They call these, what we've just done is, how they call it, we've removed the obstacles to our liberation, which is like the wisdom wing. And now because of bodhicitta, adding bodhicitta to the mix, we now, with our realization, combined with emptiness, we now remove even the obstacles to our omniscience. So imagine now Lama Chenrezig very happily sending white beams from the white Om at his brow, entering the brow wall beams, red R from the red R, red beams, and from the blue Hung, blue beams, laser beams of light, entering into every being in the universe, filling us completely with his rainbow lights, and removing even these subtlest imprints, so that we imagine everybody becomes enlightened, everybody achieves omniscience, every become enlightened, which is the natural potential of all beings. Imagine this, want this, as we so happily recite the mantra from our hearts. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now imagine that Lama Chenrezig so happily. So first of all, the lotus dissolves into the moon disk and sun disk that he's sitting on. And then he comes and sits very happily above our crown and the crown of every being in the universe. Imagine this, facing the same way as each one of us. Imagine that. And then imagine that all these Chenrezigs, imagine all these Chenrezigs, they dissolve from all the 10 directions, they all dissolve into us. Imagine each one of us individually. All these Buddhas, all these Chenrezigs dissolve from all the 10 directions, all absorb into us, making us even more radiant, more blissful, more powerful, more marvelous. Imagine this. So now we imagine that we kind of expand. Imagine we expand to fill the universe, completely radiant, completely blissful, completely clear, completely compassionate, completely wise, vast, blissful, as big as the universe. Feel as big as the universe, not your body so much, just your thinking, your wisdom and your compassion, pervading the universe. And then just sit like that in that vast, blissful nature of your mind, without any thoughts. Try and do that. No thoughts. Zero, as Lama Yeshe would say, as big as the universe. And space out, be very clear, very bright, very aware. And now we dedicate. We think this whole hour, how amazing all these thoughts, have not gone astray. We've left seeds in our mind, and the imprint of this has just stayed in our mind, and we're building up these memories of these things. That's why we continue to do them in the future. Wake up next life and you'll hear the word Buddha straight away, and you'll want to do it again. We program our minds with all of this. How fantastic. And all the seeds we're planting, may they ripen as our Buddhahood, just as we visualized. So we really can be of benefit to sentient beings, which is the job of a Buddha, based on perfect wisdom and perfect compassion. That's it. Thangtong Gyalpo Rinpoche, ma ke panam ke guchi ke panyampa me pa yang gong ne gondu baba sho ge wadi nyudo dag lama samge drub yone drowa jikyang malupa de sala gopa shog. And may all our holy beings, all the Chenrezigs of the universe, may they never stop manifesting in all forms to benefit sentient beings, or as our gurus, as holy beings, benefiting others, and may we all live long so we can practice and become like our lamas. That's about it. All right. Who's taking over? Is it
Me.
Sarah and Boga or someone else? Hello, Joan. Happy to see you. You're Kopan.
I am.
Oh, I'm so happy to see you. This is Venerable Joan, everybody. My old friend living in Kopan.
Hi, everybody.
You got isolated in that little island there with Lamazopa Rinpoche. Pretty amazing.
It's pretty amazing.
I know. You
Being
didn't expect
shipwrecked
that.
with the
You
Buddha.
didn't expect that when I saw you 2 years ago, did you?
No.
Oh, amazing.
No, I
Joan,
can't believe that.
Venerable Joan's the one with the teachings of Lamazopa. She types them all up on the screen so we can hear all the words. She's wonderful. Well done, girl.
And where are you?
I'm in Italy, Institute Lama Tsongkhapa for a weekend. I've been in Europe for 6 months. I thought I got bored with sitting in boring old Santa Fe, so I started traveling again. I've been in Italy and France and now England again. I'm coming back to England in a minute. I'll be there 2 more weeks. Yeah, then back to America on March the 8th, March the 7th. And
So
hopefully
it's been
we're coming to Kopan for a trek. October 2, we've planned a trek.
Oh, very good.
I mean, we'll say that the places are open again, so I hope Kopan's open by then. Is Kopan open yet?
We're going to do a course at the end of March. That's going to be the first course in 2
brilliant.
years.
So it's open. So I'll see you in October if all being alive, going on the trek. All right. Okay, girl, over to you. Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
Thank
Much
you.
love. Goodbye. People
Bye.
on YouTube we can't see. Thank you, sweethearts. Bye.
Okay, so let's begin the next session. My name is Joan, and as we were just saying, I'm in Kopan Monastery in Nepal, having had the good fortune to be here with Lamazoba Rinpoche for a couple of years now. Amazing, amazing good luck. Okay, so let's begin by setting a good motivation for doing this session. So of course, the best motivations are compassion and bodhicitta. So we begin by developing compassion, thinking of the suffering in this world, which we don't have to look very far to see these days. There's all kinds of suffering in the world. A lot of it's still related to the pandemic, people still experiencing the illness, people unfortunately still dying, and in some places dying in quite large numbers, just because large numbers of people are getting infected. And then all of the changing restrictions and lockdowns and mandates and all sorts of things that are causing suffering to people, causing unhappiness, causing kind of emotional challenges to them. And then, of course, there's many other forms of suffering in the world at the moment. We've got possibly an impending war, hopefully not, but looking a bit worrying. And then many disasters still happening all over the world. And just yesterday, the winds in Ireland and England and other parts of Europe, destroying houses, killing people, injuring people. Seems like every week there's another natural disaster caused by some form of imbalance in the elements, caused by, of course, the delusions and karma of sentient beings in this world. So we've got plenty of reason to develop compassion. We don't have to look beyond the human realm. We don't have to look beyond this world to develop compassion right now. So let's begin small. We'll start by just thinking of ourselves for a moment and the particular challenges we're facing right now in our own lives, whether it's due to COVID-19 or other problems that we have.
J'entends.
Could whoever's got their microphone on, please turn it off? Okay. So we begin by, as I said, thinking about our own suffering, our own challenges, whether they're mental or physical. And we use this reflection to develop compassion for ourselves, wishing ourselves to be free from suffering, wishing ourselves to overcome and be free from all of the different challenges that we're experiencing. So just reflect for a moment on your own personal challenges and problems. And as you do that, don't become depressed, don't let it bring yourself down, but instead allow it to generate strong, courageous compassion in yourself, thinking that you can solve these problems, that you can deal with them, that you'll find help and internal strength to be able to deal with them. So we develop a sincere wish for ourselves to be free from this suffering. And then we expand our thoughts to include others, beginning with people we know well, or people in our family, or friends. We think briefly just about different people that we know well and what kind of challenges they are facing. In particular, we focus on the challenges that are coming from the pandemic, but we can also include other problems that they have in their lives. And as we do that, we open our hearts to them and wish them to be free from suffering and all these problems. So just reflect very briefly on a few people in your life. And then we expand our thoughts to include others, thinking that just like we ourselves are facing challenges and problems, just like our family and friends are experiencing problems, so too are countless human beings around the world. Think that people in the neighborhood where we live are experiencing problems. People in our community, people in the village, town, or city where we live. People in the country that we're living in. And people all around the world. And again, we can think in particular of those who are experiencing problems due to the pandemic. We can think of all the people in the hospital. Think of the worry and fear they have. Worries for themselves, worries for their family at home. And we can think of the families at home and how they're worried about their loved ones in hospital or at home and sick. We can think about those who've lost loved ones to this pandemic, struggling with grief, big hole in their life, in their hearts. And we can think of all the people who are experiencing all the challenges that come from the restrictions, the lockdowns, the mandates. And here we include also the people who are angry in this world now because of those restrictions and lockdowns and mandates. As we see every day, there's protests and demonstrations and sometimes violence, even just because people are fed up, tired, want things to go back to normal. Some of them want everybody to get vaccinated. Some of them want to be free to choose. Others are against the vaccinations, but for whatever reason, we all think we have the right answers and get angry at people who think differently from us. So we include all those people in our meditation, in our compassion, wishing them all to be free from their anger, wishing them all to have solutions to their problems, to find solutions. And again, we do this to open our hearts, to find room in our hearts for everyone, even those who think differently from ourselves. And perhaps especially for those people who think differently from ourselves. And then from this place of compassion, we make an even bigger step, and we think that in order to help all these suffering beings, not only temporarily to be free from suffering, but to be free from suffering forever, we ourselves need to achieve the fully enlightened state of a Buddha. And then for this reason, we're going to do this practice. So we develop this mind of bodhicitta, the wish to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. As in this way, we'll be in the best possible position to help others, to guide them, to inspire them, to be an example for them to follow. We'll know exactly what needs to be said in order to change their minds into goodness, into kindness, into love, into compassion. So we'll begin by doing this, reciting this motivation, which is actually a prayer of refuge, taking refuge in our precious holy gurus, in the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, and all the various aspects of the enlightened mind that come into this world to guide us, to help us, to show us the way to our own enlightenment. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we take strong refuge based on compassion. So then we can visualize all those people that we were thinking about seated in front of ourselves, facing us, our family and friends in the first rows, and around them and surrounding them, all those sentient beings, and in particular, all those who are experiencing challenges and problems due to the pandemic. And then we visualize Chenrezig, either visualizing ourselves as Chenrezig if we've received the appropriate empowerment, or visualizing Chenrezig in front of us or above the crown of our head. And then we imagine that rays of light radiate from every pore of Chenrezig's holy body. And on the tip of each ray of light is another Chenrezig, and each of these Chenrezigs comes to the crown of the heads of all these beings we visualize in front of us. So then as we recite the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, we keep in mind this strong sense of compassion, wishing others to be free from suffering. And as we recite the mantra, we visualize that rays of light and nectar flow down from Chenrezig's holy body, enter into the body of the person below them, washing away not only their suffering, both mental and physical, but also all the causes of suffering, the karma and deluded states of mind that bring about negative actions and result in suffering. So we'll recite this mantra for a few minutes. Recite it in whatever way moves your mind. Slowly, quickly, chanted, sung. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme. Mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. So now we'll recite this prayer composed by the Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo to put an end to an epidemic in Tibet some centuries ago. And Thangtong Gyalpo composed this coming from a place of bodhicitta. So these words have power due to the power of the mind with which he composed this prayer. So generating strong compassion and bodhicitta. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the question of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Again. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the question of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So recite this one more time. Again, we generate strong compassion, really wishing strongly that this pandemic come to an end for the benefit of every single sentient being, in particular for the benefit of the human beings of this world. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the question of gurus and three jewels, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So So we think strongly, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled right now, this very instant. May this illness and all illness immediately cease to exist in this world and in all worlds. So then we can do some verses of dedication. So we begin by thinking that through doing this practice, even though we're short, we created a lot of merit. Instead of spending this half hour thinking about ourselves and our own happiness, we've dedicated it to others, wishing others to be free from suffering. And we've also done this on a Saturday when we could have done other things, perhaps what we normally consider more enjoyable. But instead we've set aside time to do this practice. So again, because of this, we've created a lot of merit, a lot of good energy. So we're going to dedicate that energy, but we're going to also combine it with all the past, present, and future merit that we've created and are creating and will create. So we can think that from beginningless past lives, we've been doing good actions and creating merit. So we dedicate all that merit, all the merit we're currently creating in this life, in this, in particular today, and in particular in this session. And then all the merit will go on to create in the future, not only as ordinary human beings, but also as bodhisattvas and then as Buddhas. And we combine all our past, present, future merit with all the past, present, future merit of all the holy beings, enlightened beings in particular, all the Buddhas. And then to that, we add all the past, present, future merit of all sentient beings, including all the bodhisattvas. So it's said that with each breath, a bodhisattva is creating merit by the power of their bodhicitta. So we dedicate a huge amount of merit. We begin by dedicating for the generation of bodhicitta, the wish to achieve enlightenment, and the wisdom realizing emptiness. That these two minds, some often called the two bodhicittas, conventional bodhicitta and ultimate bodhicitta, that they may be born not in our own mind, that they be born in the mind of all of our family, everyone in our family, both the living and those who have already passed away. And that bodhicitta be generated, we can dedicate in this moment for all the leaders of all the various countries in this world to generate bodhicitta in their hearts, to turn their minds to doing what is of benefit to the majority of the people in their country, doing this wisely and compassionately. We can dedicate for all the practitioners of various religions to generate bodhicitta and live together in harmony with mutual respect. And then all those who have violent minds, their minds may be pacified and that they may generate compassion and bodhicitta. And that all sentient beings in all the 6 realms may generate bodhicitta. In the same way, we dedicate that all these beings generate the wisdom realizing emptiness. Without these two minds, no one can achieve enlightenment. So we all need to develop these 2 states of mind. So we dedicate that bodhicitta and wisdom realizing emptiness may be born in all those in whom it has not arisen, and in those in whom it has been born, that it may never decline, but always increase more and more. Then we dedicate for the sick. So here we can include not only those who are sick with COVID, but all sorts of other illnesses, whether it's cancer or other life-threatening or illnesses. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigrator beings never occur again. Then we dedicate for all those who've died. So here again, while we can think in particular of those who've died of COVID-19, we can also think of people who've died from other causes, in particular those who've died in the last 49 days. So think of people you've heard about or know. Just think we can include the people who died now in these strong winds in Ireland and England and other countries. May all these beings never ever be reborn in the lower realms. Instead, may they be born in a pure land where they can achieve enlightenment, or at the very least, may they receive a perfect human rebirth. May they meet the Mahayana teachings. May they meet a Mahayana guru, a perfectly qualified Mahayana guru. And by following the teachings and advice of this precious guru, may they quickly achieve enlightenment. And then we seal all the merit we've created with by contemplating emptiness. In this way, we prevent our merit from being destroyed by giving rise to wrong views or anger. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. Lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. So then we dedicate for the long life of our precious holy gurus. So here we recite the verses for His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lamazoba Rinpoche, but we can include a strong wish for all of our precious holy gurus to live long, to be free from obstacles to their life, that they may have good health for countless numbers of years to come, that they may continue to teach us and guide us and give us vows and initiations and commentaries, and that all of their holy wishes may be fulfilled, that all of their activities for the benefit of sentient beings may be realized without the slightest obstacle. So for His Holiness, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, incomparably kind, Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lamazoba Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior, myself, and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you to the people who joined me on Zoom and on YouTube. And thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute, the media team there, for their continued support in doing these practices. And hello to Venerable Sundu. I can't hear you. Are you there? Sundu? You have to unmute yourself. Can't hear you. I can see you. So thank you, everybody. Good night. At least it's night here. Maybe it's good morning in some other places. Thank you. Bye. Sundu, you're still muted. Okay, I'll sign off now. Bye-bye.
Okay, Venerable just left. I'm not sure if it was me who has connection difficulties or if that was she. I didn't hear anything, but what she might have said. I also don't have clear picture from her, but yeah, I hope at least my connection she seems to work, so I hope everything works well. I don't know if somebody with technical background is there to confirm or not.
Yes,
but,
thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So yeah, then in this case, I think she might have just lost connection. So yeah. So this session, as the last one, will last for around half an hour, and I would like to spend around half of the time for trying to generate a good motivation. And yeah, after that we can start the actual prayer. Yeah, so let's first think of that we dedicate this practice especially for the pacification of the coronavirus and all its consequences. Seems also more and more people get tested positive. The severity slows down a bit. And hopefully at the end of the month here in France, we will get some, how's it called, some abandonment of the restrictions that were posed to pacify the coronavirus. And if it is here in France, then hopefully it's also more like this all over the world. So the vaccines are helping, and hopefully our prayers have some positive influence. And still we need to continue our prayers. To do that, and try to, as good as we can, to dedicate this practice the next coming minutes that we have together, either if you're on YouTube or maybe if you're on Zoom, to do some prayers to pacify this virus. And let's also not only think about those people who have been sick by the virus, but also sick by other sicknesses, illnesses around the world. And I think we can all identify ourselves with how it feels when we are sick ourselves, if somebody that is close to us is sick. Or in case of millions who have been passing away due to the coronavirus. We all know, we all have experienced how it feels when a person that is close to us, family and friends, dies. Maybe remembering that, we can think that all those other sentient beings are the same as me. They have the same feelings. They have the same suffering. And in this way open up our hearts towards all those sentient beings who have been stricken by difficulties, and develop some compassion for them. Let's spend a few moments on that. And let's also try to open up our hearts towards all sentient beings, not only those sick, not only human beings, but all those sentient beings within the different realms of cyclic existence. And especially those of us, including ourselves, that are under the influence of negative actions and afflictions that cause these, due to which we experience all sorts of suffering in our lives and future lives. And by understanding how we are overpowered by our own afflictions, that causes us to do actions that later on we quite often regret. Expand this mind that doesn't wish for this suffering towards all sentient beings. by reminding us that almost our sentient beings do not wish for the slightest suffering and only wish for happiness. But still we encounter all sorts of problems. And these meet back to our own afflictions and a self-centered mind. This being the case, let's try to, as good as we can, generate some compassion for ourselves and for all of us sentient beings. Not only those close to us, but also those that we don't have special feelings towards, but especially also to those that we have difficulties to deal with. Understanding what they do to us, they do under the influence of their afflictions. And try to develop some compassion for all of them. And then as we have lived already countless lives, if we want, we can maybe think of that in previous lives we most often had a mother and father. And there's no certainty within cyclic existence who has been our mother or father. Therefore, all other sentient beings at some point has been our parents, especially our mother, as we have lived already countless times. And also in future lives. We have no certainty of who will be our mother or father. Therefore, it could be nearly everybody. With this in mind, we can maybe try to open up our hearts towards all those beings in the way that all those beings that are under the influence of karma and afflictions, just as I am, have been in countless previous lives and in many future lives, have been on my mother or will become my mother. And try to develop a loving, open feeling for all those beings. When we can remember how in this life our parents or whoever took care of us has been very kind towards us by raising us, teaching us what we know. And how this has happened in countless previous lives. And it will happen like that in future lives, as long as we are within cyclic existence. And by remembering this kindness that we received from each and every sentient beings, maybe we can develop a wish to repay this kindness. And then bringing back shortly all the struggles that our kind Mava sentient beings go through in samsara, and remembering that they are just the same as we are, wishing for our happiness. Maybe we can try to develop a sincere love and compassion for all those beings, so that all sentient beings, without any exception, appearing towards us as very kind, as close to our heart. Then let's extend this compassion that might have generated in our mind, as good or as feeble as it might be, to the degree that we think we ourselves will try to bring up the benefit of all other sentient beings. We ourselves make sure that all sentient beings are guided or will receive all the happiness they are longing for, and will be freed from all their sufferings. And to take on the responsibility of bearing the sufferings of sentient beings, and bearing the responsibility to free all sentient beings from the sufferings. And thinking that certainly if in our current state, it's even difficult to be of worldly, of short-term benefit for all sentient beings. The real way to repay the kindness of all of us sentient beings and endow them with all happiness and freeing from suffering, the best thing would be for them to achieve full and complete enlightenment. But how can we bring this about as long as we are under the control of our afflictions ourselves? Usually when we try to help, it won't work out very well because we don't know how to benefit beings in the best way. And with ourselves being under the influence of our afflictions, often we do more harm than we help. Seeing that, we can think of the wonderful qualities of a Buddha, the Buddha's impartial compassion that he has towards all other sentient beings. His wisdom that sees all conventional and ultimate phenomena directly. Due to which he knows exactly how to help all sentient beings. His wonderful speech with that he teaches the Dharma. His wonderful body with 112 major and minor marks of a Buddha. And the enlightened activities with which he really benefits sentient beings in various ways, according to their dispositions and needs. And if we want, we can try to think that we want to achieve these qualities ourselves in order to be of most benefit to all sentient beings. When we can think that these qualities appear in the space in front of us in the form of the merit field, Buddha Shakyamuni, and surrounding us are all sentient beings together with us in human form, as far as we can imagine. And with that in mind, we can do the prayers. So I went a bit over time, got carried away. Let's see. It works. Yes. Okay, so we can do the prayers, the actual prayers a few times. All sentient beings, Mamavas, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, Mamavas, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, Mamavas, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Then we do one mantra of Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of Buddha of Chenrezig, the Buddha of Compassion. And you can think that also the space in front of us is Avalokiteshvara, Chenrezig, and his heart stands the mantra. Light rays emanate from that into us and all other sentient beings, purifying all obscurations such as sicknesses, negative imprints from negative actions or afflictions, and endows us with all qualities. On Manipur. On Manipur. And we should have, few. We can do the actual prayer maybe just one time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gara spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May unbodied beings be unharmed by acute chronic and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrifying beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of the armor of the Lord of Death. May unbodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the free jewels, by the power of the Dharma, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Maybe one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gara spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all-bodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrifying beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of the armor of the Lord of Death. May all-bodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the free jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And for the dedication, I would like to do some verses from Shantideva. For that we can again remember that we do this practice especially for the pacification of the coronavirus and all other sicknesses, and finally to achieve full enlightenment for all of us sentient beings. May all sentient beings that plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtues of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored in finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the fallen find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May we meet timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from the ailments. Whatever diseases there are involved, may they never cure again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may we think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain, to dispel the miseries of the world. Then we can also dedicate this positive potential that we have created for the long and healthy life of all our teachers, especially His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Jikten kam depende malu pa kang le jungwe sampel ye jin no karin sung me tenzin gyatso la sulwa depso tu je luan drum tup zu chang jing jam gun gyewe tenzin kyong pelwe kun zu do po ze chuk sun ko le hekman tu dup pa dak suak du je gun tu jab ten. Okay, thank you very much. Especially a big thank you to Chenrezig Institute. See if I can stop sharing. Yeah, especially for Chenrezig Institute for the technical support. And I think the next person is already there. It's like, yes, Venerable Jampa Chitso. Hello.
Good morning, Venerable.
Hello.
It may not be morning for you.
Yeah, for me it's afternoon, but since you're in America, great.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Thank you so much. Hope
thank
you're
you
well.
for taking over, and I hope you have a wonderful session.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Bye-bye. Welcome, everyone. I'm Carol Jampachutso, and this is the prayerathon, and we'll be starting in just a moment. I have a little friend here today who is going to be, I'm dog sitting, so she's going to be keeping us company. Anyway, let's begin with a little bit of meditation, just to focus and set our motivation. If we, these practices are so powerful when done with this bodhicitta motivation. So let's just take a moment to let the mind rest on the breath. Just breathing at a comfortable pace, neither too deeply or too lightly. And just let go of all the day's concerns, the thoughts, the feelings in your body, all the things you have planned. Just put them aside for now. Rest the attention on the breath. Just being aware of breathing in and breathing out. And then to set our motivation, we can think about our own wish to be happy and free of suffering. And just realize that every single being wants the same thing. We share this with everyone. Animals, insects, people, everyone. Everyone has the wish to be free of suffering and to have happiness. And the Buddha, and his infinite wisdom, laid out the path to lasting happiness for us, this path to liberation. And we all have this potential to reach enlightenment through this path. If I think of all the suffering beings in this world, it can really generate the wish to relieve not only my suffering, but everyone's suffering. And I can transform this ordinary motivation of a wish for my own liberation to the wish to attain a liberation, to attain enlightenment, not liberation, just enlightenment, not just for myself, but to be of benefit to every single sentient being so that they too might reach this goal of enlightenment. So just thinking in this way. Right now, for me at least, it's an effortful motivation. But by practicing this and becoming better and better, more familiar with this motivation, really letting it sink into our consciousness, we can reach a point someday when this bodhisattva motivation just arises spontaneously. That it's there for everything we do, everything we say, everything we think. So with this bodhisattva motivation, we can do this prayer of the Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, this prayer of liberating Sakya from disease. So just reading the motivation, taking it to heart. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So just really resting in this motivation, taking it to heart. Now we can do a little bit of visualization, just imagining ourselves sitting in a green meadow, just vast and open, with our friends and family to either side, and then making a circle, joining a circle from either side of us, and then extending out to the horizon are all sentient beings, all seated in human form. Just imagine everyone Just sitting very comfortably, very peacefully, harmoniously. So there's no stress, no concerns, no crowding. And in the center of this large circle is the Buddha Chenrezig, Bodhisattva of compassion. Just white in color with 1,000 arms. Just imagine that Chenrezig is gazing at all beings, just really wanting to help us out of our suffering, trying to help us transform our minds, to relieve ourselves from all of the afflictions that cause this suffering. I'm just thinking as we recite the mantra of Chenrezig, this Om Mani Padme Hum mantra, that rays of light radiate out from Chenrezig's holy body. They come to your crown and the crown of each and every sentient being, and begin filling your body with this radiant energy of compassion, helping to transform the mind. Just think that we can be transformed. We can change our minds. We can turn our minds to this loving kindness and compassion. So and just think this is happening not only to you, but to each and every sentient being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. And just think that as this energy of compassion begins to fill your body, you can reflect, you've taken refuge, just really strengthen, remember that refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, that there's no worldly, conventional, no worldly refuge that compares. And sometimes we find ourselves taking refuge in ordinary things, but ultimately it always leads to dissatisfaction, to suffering. Completely lets us down. It's not capable. There's nothing in the ordinary realm to bring us to this goal of enlightenment, but Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha are key. And that's why they are our refuge. So just thinking in this way. And then we can purify all of our negative thoughts, negative words, negative actions that we've done in this throughout this lifetime, If you want, you can consider even, all past lifetimes. You can think just generating regret for the harm we've given, the harm to others, the harm to ourselves. And taking this regret, we can imagine it's as though we swallowed poison. We want to get rid of these negativities. We want to get rid of just the causes for more negativity that we've created. So we can do this by generating the sincere regret, not criticism, not judgment. These are just mistakes made. Poor choices. They were made in the past. They're finished now, except they've left this result, this karmic result. And that's why we need to purify. So just thinking that I regret giving harm. Whenever I've done this in the past, and then thinking I want to refrain from giving harm in the future as well. So just making a determination. To be mindful, as the Buddha said, do no harm. So thinking in this way, to follow these words of the Buddha. And as we recite more of these mantras of Chenrezig, thinking of the power of the mantra as an antidote to these afflictions, to these negative minds that arise. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 mani padme, mani padme, om mani padme, mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. So just continue to visualize these rays of white light radiating from Chenrezig's body, entering your crown, and just feel this transformation of mind, this compassionate energy entering, just filling our bodies, relieving all of the suffering, all of the difficulties, all of the negativities, removing them. The same for each and every sentient being. And just feel this loving compassion arising in yourself and in every sentient being. Just imagine we all have that. that potential to become like Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om. Excuse me. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om. So now just imagine that Chenrezig is deep compassion, seeing all of us seated around in the circle, melts into light. First Buddha Chenrezig emanates many, many beings. So each comes to the crown of each sentient being. So just imagining Chenrezig at your crown, melting into white light, entering your crown. And just imagine that you become this nature of Chenrezig, this compassion, completely freed of all sufferings, the same for every single sentient being. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om. So now with this mind of compassion, this feeling, this transformation, this compassion of Chenrezig, being in the nature of Chenrezig, let's recite this prayer, thinking that may it be completely effective. It's freeing all beings from suffering, every kind of suffering, especially from COVID, everything having to do with it, all the variants, all the difficulties, the suffering, the physical suffering, the mental suffering. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. And just remembering Thangtong Gyalpo, this image as we go down to the rest of the prayer. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, not like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, And by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So reciting it a second time, again with this strong intention, remembering our bodhicitta, and really developing conviction in the strength of this prayer, the power of this prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So in this final repetition, just imagine this prayer is completely fulfilled, all of our wishes. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just imagining ourselves completely transformed with this compassion of Chenrezig, our minds completely changed, embracing this compassion, this loving kindness, giving up all harm, all of the afflictions, all the negativities, and the same for each and every sentient being. Just imagine all diseases being completely finished, ended, that all beings are freed from suffering and attain the state of compassion. Just dedicating this merit with the bodhicitta. So we started our motivation, so we dedicate in this way. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And then let's just do a couple more dedication verses here. Well, let's seal the merits with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then dedicating as the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas have, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train, just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality well, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue, with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times, in order to have good conduct. And then let's just finish with the long life prayers for His Holiness and for Lamazoba Rinpoche, all of our precious teachers. Just thinking this is for all of our teachers. Incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lamazopa Rinpoche, especially you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So I just want to thank everyone, especially Chenrezig Institute and all of the Sangha who've been leading the sessions, and especially for all of you on YouTube and here in the Zoom room. Thank you so much for participating, keeping this going. I think Venerable Sarah, are you here? Oh, I see the prayer wheel. That's beautiful. Venerable Sarah, are you here? Maybe she's having trouble. Oh, there you are.
Hello. I'm
Hello.
here. Yeah, sorry. I could
No.
hear you, but you couldn't hear me.
I couldn't hear you, so I was worried. I thought maybe your connection might be a little iffy today,
No, I
but
can't.
yeah, good, good. Well, I hope you're well. I always love the prayer wheel turning.
Thank
And
you so much.
how are things? How are things at Kopan now? Everything okay?
Yeah, so I'm not at Kopan, I'm down in
Okay.
Boda, and
Oh, you're in Boda.
as the mood here is a bit sad because I can't hear anything that you're saying.
Oh no, I'm not saying anything. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Oh,
Oh.
the mood here is a bit sad because as you probably heard, Dijam Yangtze, left, and of course he has the Gompa. I can actually see Dilkhan Rimshe's apartment and Dijam Rimshe's Gompa, and I'm just behind Chechen Monastery here, so I can actually see the Gompa from my room. And Rimshe had so many students. He was the Yangtze for Kyabje Rinpoche. Kyabje Rinpoche was, one of the great masters appointed by His Holiness to represent the Nyingma school when they first came out of Tibet. He was a great scholar, great yogi, fully enlightened being. And this incarnation also, Rinpoche said, is a fully enlightened being with numberless manifestations. But and of course, there were 2 recognized Yangtze, but this one was very active and had many, many students, many yogis. And he was 31 years old only, never been sick in his life. And he said to his attendant, tomorrow I'm going to take some rest, so don't disturb me. And the next morning when the attendant came in the room, he had gone. So people are just very shocked because 31, never sick. That's sad. And there is a prediction by Guru Rinpoche apparently that when times become as times become more degenerate, the High Lamas simply leave.
Yeah. Oh,
Not because they don't want to stay, but we simply don't have the merit to keep them. Yeah. So people are very sad here.
Yeah, that's very difficult. Yeah. Oh, well, I'm glad you're here, and we're, the prayer sessions are continuing. It is a crazy time, and it just reminds us of the need for merit. And just
It is a yeah.
No, go ahead.
It is a crazy time, and you see like yeah.
Yeah. No.
Anyway, thank you so much. I can't hear you now, so we better
Okay.
go. So sending all my love, yeah.
Same here. Lots of love.
No,
Bye.
thank you so much for everything you're doing over there.
Same for you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. It's so important. Thank you. Okay, bye. Yeah, so those of you who don't know, I mean, Carol is sort of really like due to her that there is a center in San Francisco with incredible teachers, incredible teachings. So many beings have benefited due to Venerable Carol. Really quite amazing. Yeah, so we're so fortunate. We have many jewels in Sangha, and then we have pieces of caca like myself. So anyway, the difference is easy to see. So I'm going to start by thanking Chenrezig, because I haven't thanked Chenrezig for a little bit, and it's really, really kind, everything that you do. And then dedicate this session, of course, for there to be peace in the world. This is the 4th session that I'm leading today. I think this is my last session. And it's very straight, vanilla. When I lead the sessions, really not saying much. I'm just doing a lot of mantra and reciting the prayers. So I leave all the beautiful motivations and descriptions and things to the other Venerable Sangha who are doing amazing jobs, like Venerable Bina and so forth. Okay, so let's just go there, and we have the motivation to completely finish now with the COVID. So India's starting to open up, Nepal is open, more and more countries are opening. Things are really changing. We can see that now. So let's finish it now. And all those who have suffered, may they receive whatever they need. May there be enough jobs, may there be plenty of money, may the economies get started again, whatever health supplies are needed. Those who've lost loved ones, may they be comforted, may they have the help that they need and the support that they need, and so on. Sentient beings need so many things, but of course, most of all, sentient beings need is ultimate happiness, not just temporary happiness and support, but the ultimate happiness. And in order to have that, of course, we need gurus. We need perfect qualified gurus. We need to know the path. We need to practice the path. We need people to help us practice the path. So may sentient beings have all these things. Okay, I'm just going to go straight to the refuge prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers, for infinite like space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, for infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we're going to recite the mantra. So to recite the mantra, then you can imagine that the light rays coming from the all the many trillions. So there's billions. There's more than 2 trillion mantras in this prayer wheel. More than 2 trillion mantras in this prayer wheel. So as you recite the mantra, the mantra, you can visualize that from all these 2 trillion mantras, numerous light rays go out, and these light rays heal all the sickness and sufferings of all sentient beings. And then next, the light rays bring all the qualities of the holy body, speech, and mind of Chenrezig. All sentient beings become Chenrezig, and they recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Manu, 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 Mani Manu. Mani Manu, 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 Mani Manu. So I can think that the simple way is simply to think that from billions, trillions of Om inside the prayer well, each syllable, which is a manifestation of Guru Chenrezig's holy speech, making its own sound and sending that sound out into the whole universe. Then the light rays come and they heal all your own sickness, spirit harms, sufferings, and those of all sentient beings, as long as all the causes of sickness, delusions and karma, even the subtle imprints. Now you feel that's all completely purified. Yourself, all sentient beings, completely purified. Calm and clear. And then you think that the light rays come and they bring all the blessings of Guru Chenrezig's holy body, speech and mind enter into you and all sentient beings around you. Receive all those blessings. Everyone becomes Chenrezig and recites the mantra. And then we do the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from calm and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses and brutus, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are often life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. By whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the gurus, 3 jewels, by the power of the keen wisdom, protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma, its results. All these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then let's dedicate for this COVID pandemic to immediately cease, and all the sicknesses in the world to immediately cease. Dedicate for the mind of bodhicitta, at least loving kindness, compassion, to arise and stabilize in our own minds, the minds of all sentient beings, particularly the world leaders, spiritual leaders. People never think to harm each other, only to benefit. May aware where the bodhicitta mind has arisen, may never decrease, but increase one more. Dedicate for the precious gurus to live long, to abide with us. May we always accumulate enough conditions and virtue for them to remain and guide us, be pleased with us. May all the holy wishes be fulfilled. May they will always manifest health. Yeah, particularly His Holiness and Rinpoche, and also for the Sangha to have whatever conditions they need. Study, practice, actualize the teachings, offer service in whatever way is needed. Become wish fulfilling. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chenrezig. Thank you, Venerable Amy. I can see
Thank you, Venerable Sarah.
Hey, in
Hey,
Santa Cruz, yeah?
How are you?
I'm in Boulder.
Lovely prayer wheel.
Yeah. Thank you. It's one of the ones that Drachon made, so it's got more than 2 trillion mantras.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Are you doing well?
Yeah, you know, it's been a little bit sad, as I was saying before, actually, because you must have heard that Dujin Rinpoche passed away.
Oh.
And he's you know, so Rinpoche hadn't shown any sickness his whole life. And
how old
he
was
just
he?
said to his, only 31. This is what's so shocking.
Oh.
He's a fully enlightened being. The Yangtze, one of 2 Yangtzes of Dujin Rinpoche, the previous Dujin Rinpoche, fully enlightened being.
Oh.
And he was only 31. He had many, many disciples. He was very active. He was a great teacher, great practitioner, and very active here in Tibet and all around. So many disciples he was guiding, so qualified, so many lineages. He had never been sick his whole life. And he said to his attendant, tomorrow I'm going to rest, take some rest, so don't disturb me. And the next morning, when the attendant went in, Rinpoche had left. So it's a big, big shock, you know. Dodrupchen, his Holiness Dodrupchen, a great, great master, passed away, but he was in his 90s. But to have such a great master pass away so young is very sad.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I've got to get started, but it's good to talk with you. Where did that happen? In Bodha or in Nepal?
No, that was in Tibet.
Oh, in Tibet. Okay.
Yeah. So you get going and take care, yeah?
You as well.
Okay.
You as well.
Bye.
Bye. Welcome, everyone. It's so lovely to see you. Thank you for joining. This is for all the people that are ill, for all the people that are challenged mentally and physically. And we could certainly pray for that reincarnation of Dujin Rinpoche in Tibet, who passed away so young. Many other people have passed away recently. So I'd like to dedicate this to them. And people like Will that are having some health challenges, and many other people I know right now as well. And especially for COVID. And right now we're having a little bit of a decrease on certain parts of the planet, but not everywhere. So for those people where they're having a surge again, like Hong Kong, it's continuing like that. So this is for all of them. Take a moment and just set that motivation, directing your energy in this most positive way. May these practices plant deep seeds deeply of virtue in our minds that will help us get enlightened quickly so we can be of the most benefit to all living beings. And I'm so proud of myself. In the chat, I'm posting the donation link. I was all prepared this morning. So in case you want to donate for this marathon, as we call it, thank you to Nathan, who's hosting us probably tonight, Chenrezig Institute, in the wee hours of the morning in Australia. And we're going to start with Vajra armor practice. So please visualize in the space in front of you this dark blue-black Vajrapani, a few feet in front of you, riding this multi-headed donkey slightly higher than the level of your forehead. He's about 6 inches in height, surrounded by this transcendental wisdom fire. And out of all the pores of his body come these signs of purification that disseminate through the entire planet, chasing COVID out, as well as all other imbalances, body and mind, as we recite his mantra. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena rege rege soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nembar shik nagan entayata sarva vedita Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza te om pama shavari pen empar shik naganen. Tayata sarva vedita. Hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. So please imagine this. And if you'd like, you can put your hand over your mouth again as we exhale, because you've just blessed your speech with this incredibly powerful mantra. Imagine that air going up your nostrils, continuing the purification. If you have a drink, feel free to blow on the surface a few times, taking the sips, continuing that purification. Imagine this blue-black Vajrapani in the space in front dissolves into emptiness. And from that wisdom arises Black Manjushri, and in this form purifies disease, standing black in color, holding a sword in his right hand that cuts diseases and the causes of diseases. So imagine him overtop your crown, about 6 inches in height, facing the same direction as you. A similar visualization of the light rays pouring out of all the pores of his body to the entire planet, chasing COVID away and all other imbalances, body and mind, and also descending through your crown and purifying you of any illnesses as we recite his mantra. Om tazo jusu tur taso tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om tazo jusu tur taso tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om tazo jusu tur taso tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzu tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzu tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzu tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om tazo juzu tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om tazo chusu tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om tazo chusu tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om tazo chusu tur tazo tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo lacho kalaja kamsham drambe pe soha. So just imagine this blue-black Manjushri on your crown. Black Manjushri dissolves from the edges of the visualization. into the center, into a radiant jewel of light that melts into your crown. Feel all the blessings of his holy body, holy speech, holy mind. Here is from Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. We'll do the motivation one time. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And reciting the mantra of the Buddha of compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, as we gaze out on the picture, the image of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. The actual prayer, we will recite 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Bhuttas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. For those of you that have been with us for a long time, Tare tu Soha, these blessings from His Holiness the Dalai Lama, because Tara goes along with Chenrezig, with the Chenrezig mantra we just recited, Om Mani Padme Hum. The legend is that Chenrezig was overwhelmed by all the suffering on the planet and cried, and Tara sprang out of one of his tears and said, I will help you. So they are buddies, basically. So we're going to go to the, especially for Ukraine right now. Oh my goodness, it's poor people. My ancestry is, this is the words of truth, pacifying the danger of weapons. So to pacify all of these places on the planet, war-torn places, especially Ukraine right now, may somehow this reach Vladimir Putin to pacify his mind, his the negative aspects of his ego right now, so there will not be an invasion with so many people killed like that. For Tibet, for all the places around the planet, Afghanistan, where people are really suffering, and all the domestic violence as well, to be pacified instantly from the power of our prayer. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura, from now on may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. And lastly, for all the starving people around the planet, all those who are hungry and poor, may this ease their suffering. permanently, and bring them all the causes and conditions they need to flourish. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Oops. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, and then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed. Jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. Our dedication prayers. So I would personally like to dedicate to Will and Geshe Tenley, Ross Lasley, Jody Galt, Joanne Lemson, Venerable Punsok, the Israeli monk who is still in a coma in Israel, Arunas in Canada in the Toronto area, Debbie Warner, Norma Harris, Trish Flaherty, Jean McGarvey, Barb Hutton, and Kathleen Raffat. May they all be healed quickly from whatever ailments like that. And let's do these dedications to also invest for them and in our own enlightenment swiftly so we can benefit all living beings. Thank you again to Chenrezig for hosting, and thank you to all of you for turning up here again and again and again. Precious group of people. Janju Senjo Rinpoche, Ma ke pa nam ge gyur chig, ke pa nyam pa me pa yi, gon ne gon du bel war jo. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me. May all my virtue ripen on them. Let's do this one with emptiness. Rinpoche says one of the most important dedications. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Any reflection you have on emptiness, please think for a moment. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. And lastly, the long life prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you so much. Venerable Tenzin, welcome. Oh no, Venerable Damcho, I'm not sure. I thought it was Venerable Damcho. It's so nice to see you both.
Hello.
Hello.
Unless Venerable Tenzin wanted to do the shift.
I think it's my, I signed in.
Did you? Well, if you signed in, maybe.
I think so.
Well, fair do. I'm not having an argument with anyone. Lovely to see you both anyway.
There's a wealth
Nice
of people wanting to create virtue.
Yes, yes.
You know, Sangha like buses. You don't see anyone and then you see three at once.
Wonderful.
Lovely to see you, Venerable Amy. Lovely to see you, Michael.
Lovely to see you. And
Hi.
please be well, everyone.
You too.
And please, there's some courses coming up. So I've got some things starting Monday on Refuge, if you're interested, and Tuesday nights as well, and a meditation starting in an hour. Please join. Thank you. Enjoy.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi. Bye. Okay. Yes. Hello, everybody. To the next session of the prayerathon. So we'll start. My name is Tenzin Michael. I'm living at the Nalanda Monastery. So prayerathon from Nalanda in France. Welcome for the next session. So we'll start with generating a good motivation. So we think we can spend a few instance focusing on the breathing, calming our minds, letting go of our conceptions of what happened in the past or what happens in the future, and just take a comfortable posture and relax, and for half a minute just focus on your breathing. And then we can reflect a little bit about our motivation. So we can try to generate a bodhicitta motivation for this practice. So for that, we can think about sentient beings who are suffering and generate some compassion. So first of all, we do this prayer for all those beings who suffer from the pandemic, which slowly looks like it's coming to an end. So maybe this is also due to all the prayers which have been done over such a long time. So we can rejoice in all those people who have done this prayerathon and have followed the advice of Lamazoba Rinpoche, and of course all the holy beings like Rinpoche and so on who did prayers themselves all the time, constantly doing prayers. And yeah, the general, all the virtue which has been created. And so we'll continue doing our part in generating and praying for this pandemic and all the suffering which is connected to it to come to an end. So we can think of all those sentient beings who are suffering in many ways from the pandemic. First of all, those who are sick and ill or even have died, but there's many other people who suffered in many other ways. Children who could not go to school, all the frictions in society, amongst families, people have lost close ones, and the fear which people had about getting sick and so on. So all that to generate the wish, may all those sentient beings be free from all their suffering. And for that, may this pandemic quickly be over. And we can also think why such pandemics happen. So often those viruses, like the coronavirus, they come from animals. And like most of the previous pandemics, like the Spanish flu, for example, came from chicken. And there was chicken flu and swine flu and all those pandemics which we had recently. And basically all zoonotic diseases, they come from close contact from humans with animals. And mostly it's animals which are kept in captivity for us to enjoy, for us to eat, to exploit them for their whatever milk and eggs and meat and whatever we take from animals. And they're kept under very terrible conditions with lots of suffering. So also, in order to end pandemics in the future, we should think about how we treat animals, how much they suffer, and treat them with respect, and and also have fewer animals for us as food. And in general, also the whole environmental situation is triggering many diseases, like the air pollution. People get more quickly sick, all the chemicals and plastics which are in our environment, they make people and animals sick. And this is also a cause for diseases, just like the pandemic we just have. So maybe be able to end all these causes of suffering, and also from our mind, all the ignorance, attachment, and aversion, maybe be able to overcome all those causes of suffering. So may these prayers be the cause for us to be able to overcome all those suffering and get enlightened quick, and be able to lead all sentient beings to enlightenment. So with this motivation, with this wish to benefit, we do this prayer. So we start with the refuge, motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then we can recite one mala of Om Mani Padme Hum, also with bodhicitta motivation, generate a good mind, generate compassion for all sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Then we do the actual prayer called the Vajra speech of Mahasita Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. So this is the main prayer Lamazoba advised to do in this pandemic. So we recite the prayer a few times, going over from beginning to end a few times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separates the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as to the head being placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever the sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrifies beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clusters of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus who teach us, the power of the keenest down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are said in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and debutias, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the King's Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings to result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutias, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as should have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the King's Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and debutias, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as should have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the King's Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and debutias, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrified beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By their power, the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Then we can continue, and there's another prayer which is highly recommended by Lamazoba Rinpoche, which is called the swift fulfillment of wishes, independence of the great Jetsun Tsongkhapa. So this is a prayer to Lama Tsongkhapa, dedicated to Lama Tsongkhapa, which is also very and other problems, also environmental problems and so forth. So we can include all problems and sufferings which occur in the world. Also, we can pray for peace and justice in the world, especially also in the conflict in Ukraine and many other conflicts in the world, which maybe don't make so much headlines, but are also creating lots of suffering in other continents. So all those conflicts, whatever big or small, we like to pacify, and all diseases and suffering of sentient beings, for all beings to live in harmony with each other, and also for humans to live in harmony with nature and all other sentient beings on this planet, and for the planet itself, for the future, for a bright future, for all sentient beings and future generations, so they may live in peace and have the qualities and the possibilities to practice Dharma and get enlightened quick. Namo Guru, supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones and the three times, manifesting as a monk wearing the three saffron robes, the spontaneous exalted wisdom Dharmakaya possessing the five bodies. To you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With the nature of primordially pure, clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, the great essence union of body and mind, to you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold nine Manakaya emanations, appropriate to the limitless living beings, equaling the expanse of space. To you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make a request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed requests to you, may the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, quarreling, epidemic diseases, grass spirits, interferers, and so forth be pacified. Then, when I request that the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion, and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petal lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness, to you I make a request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for help, when we make requests in all the 6 sessions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessing may enter our mind. Also at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Losang Drapa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying assuringly, "Son, go to the celestial realm of Tushita. Care for me with your compassion, precious Guru. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled." And then there's the Vajra Armor mantra. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padma Shvari Pe, Nam Parshim, Nagana, Tayata, Sarva Virita, Hanahana, Vajrena, Raksha, Raksha Soha. And then is mantra of Black Manjushri. Om Tras, Chus, Tutars, Turmis, Ningo Lach, Kala, Chakam, Shamtram, Pepe, Soha. And then we can do a few Tara mantras. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture So, 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 Om Tare Tutare Ture So. Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So. Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare. Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare. Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So. Om Tare Tutare Ture So. Then we go to the dedication, so we can rejoice in all the virtue we have created during this practice, and we dedicate all the virtue to all sentient beings who are suffering, whatever big and small suffering. So we can also think about all those people we know well, we have a strong connection who are suffering, and we can dedicate to all of those. And I especially like to dedicate for Jamchu Punsok, the Israeli monk who is in a coma since a while in Israel, for him to quickly recover completely, and also including all other sentient beings who are suffering in various ways, and for all conflicts in the world, for peace in the world, for humans and animals to live in peace and harmony, for the environment to be protected, and for the welfare of all sentient beings. Jamchu Sem Chog Rinpoche Ma Ke Pa Nam Ke Kyu Chi Ke Pa Nyam Pa Me Pa Yang Gong Me Gong Du Palva Sho. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all sentient beings to that state without exception. And then we dedicate with emptiness. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's heart and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, when I'm completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So we can spend a moment thinking about emptiness. And especially we dedicate to all our teachers and lamas, to our gurus, especially to His Holiness Dalai Lama, Lamazoba Rinpoche, and all pure Dharma teachers. Gangri Rawe Korwe Shinkan Dir Pendang Dewa Malu Chungene Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso Shape Side Badu Tengyu Chik Chul Chang Jin Chang Gun Gilwe Tenzin Kyong Pelve Kunso Tok Porze Chok Sum Kurwe Lek Mundu Trok Padak So Dulce Kundu Shabden Sho. Okay, thank you very much. And I see there's Venerable Lucia. Ciao Lucia.
Ciao
Come va?
carissimo, Tenzin
Ciao.
Michel.
Sì,
Ciao, come
buongiorno.
stai? Buongiorno.
Bene, benissimo. Sì,
Bello.
sono a Nalanda.
Nalanda, bello rivederti.
Sì, anche.
Sì.
E tu, come
Bene,
stai?
bene, grazie.
Sì?
Sì, al momento bene.
Sì. Speriamo.
Speriamo, sì. Bello.
Dove sei?
Dove sono in entroterra Liguria.
Ah, sì. Liguria, sì.
Per un piccolo ritiro.
Ah, bello.
Sì.
Bello.
Sì, bello.
Ah,
Fa sempre bene.
benissimo.
Sì. Per
Sì.
questo dietro di me non si vede niente perché sono in una stanza, no? Di un appartamento, no?
Sì.
Così.
Sì, bene fare un po' di ritiro qualche volta. Sì.
Esatto.
Benissimo.
Fa molto bene, sì. Una cura nutriente, vitamine.
Sì.
Minerali, vitamine, proteine.
Proteine per la pratica.
La pratica.
Sì.
Ciao,
Allora,
ti saluto.
Saluto.
Sì. Tanti auguri, tantissimi auguri.
Grazie, anche te.
Ciao, grazie.
Stai bene, ciao.
Grazie, anche tu stai bene, grazie. Ciao. Sabrina. Ciao. Ciao Sabrina, forse Sabina. Sì. Forse c'è qualche altra persona insieme a noi, qualcuno che io non vedo, vedo solo te, però magari c'è qualche altra persona che non appare.
C'è pure Livio.
Ah, Livio, ciao Livio. Ciao, bello vederti. Bene.
Un piacere che ti invitiamo.
Facciamo il clan del sabato. Livio, Sabina, poi forse c'è anche, forse non so gli altri, non vedo. Comunque a tutti, spero che state bene. Questo così, il samsara, al momento particolarmente anche difficile questo. E però anche per la pratica siamo veramente come spinti, no? a fare di più, a fare meglio, a ricordarci della nostra preziosissimo istante per istante, prezioso rinascita umana, così è anche la nostra impermanenza. Quindi con queste due visioni anche fare anche una buona motivazione. Ecco, allora la nostra vita diventa così estremamente preziosa. Adesso abbiamo questa mezz'ora di tempo per passare insieme. Quindi ciò che dà valore alla nostra vita, anche dà senso alla nostra vita, ricordarci appunto in cosa veramente conta per noi coltivare e cosa conta per noi invece lasciare, no? Allora dobbiamo capirlo, questa è una cosa che ci ritorniamo tutti i giorni, no? A riguardare la nostra motivazione. Quindi per quale motivo noi pratichiamo un sentiero di trasformazione interiore, no? Allora, per esempio, i nostri maestri ci invitano a guardare bene dentro di noi. Se la nostra pratica, per esempio, è contaminata dagli 8 dharma mondani, no? Da 8 dharma mondani, allora la nostra pratica diventa inquinata, no? Cosa sono questi 8 dharma mondani? Sono proprio una ricerca di felicità per questa vita, di guadagno per questa vita, di lodi, fama per questa vita, no? Tutto per questa vita. Se siamo felici, se non siamo felici, sempre pensiamo per questa vita, no? Allora, se la nostra pratica è inquinata da questo guadagno perdita, no? Dispiacerci se perdiamo qualcosa, se perdiamo l'onore, la fama, la ricchezza, cioè, quindi cerchiamo la felicità, la sofferenza, se soffriamo così, no, allora questa sofferenza diciamo, non la vediamo come qualcosa che si sta esaurendo un karma, no? Vediamo, soffriamo, pensiamo, ecco adesso insomma, ci dispiacciamo, va bene, no? Dispiacersi, però bisogna ricordarsi che è karma che se ne va. Quindi la nostra motivazione veramente è un continuo riguardarla, capire bene. Adesso ci pensiamo un pochino insieme, per essere veramente autentici con noi stessi, no? Per non mentirci, perché se ci mentiamo allora perdiamo l'essenza della nostra vita. Capire bene, proviamoci, ci facciamo un pochino di motivazione pensando così. Qual è la mia sincera motivazione nella vita? Quindi, anche se la nostra motivazione è inquinata, fosse inquinata, l'importante degli 8 dharma mondani, è importante che noi almeno ci rendiamo conto, siamo consapevoli, no? Perché siamo in un processo continuo di miglioramento, allora non possiamo pensare che la nostra pratica è stabile, cambia continuamente, perché noi continuamente osserviamo qualcosa dentro di noi e il vero praticante, no? Che siamo noi, comunque cerchiamo di essere attenti e piano piano di eliminare tutto quello che ci rendiamo conto che non è attinente alla verità, quindi non è attinente al Dharma. Adesso quindi facciamo e invitiamo, diciamo, tutti gli esseri santi di tutti i tempi, no? Sono sempre presenti a noi, sono sempre presenti in ogni istante, a tutti gli esseri, gli infiniti esseri senzienti. Il corpo del Buddha ha questa capacità di essere presente continuamente in ogni istante. Quindi adesso prendiamo come riferimento il nostro guru, che è, diciamo, la radice di tutta la pratica, di tutto il nostro sentiero, no? Prendiamo il nostro maestro e pensiamolo sempre davanti a noi, questo momento è sempre presente, la mente del nostro maestro è inseparabile dalla mente degli esseri illuminati, quindi sempre presente vicino a noi. Sentiamo la sua presenza davanti a noi, il suo corpo fatto di luce. Immaginiamo che sta osservando e se osserva, pensiamo al nostro padre, alla nostra madre, ai vicini, dei nostri fratelli e sorelle, immaginiamo che quella pratica che stiamo facendo è per migliorare noi stessi e questo ci aiuta, ci serve per beneficiare tutti gli altri esseri che incontriamo. Quindi immaginiamo gli infiniti esseri senzienti, inseparabili da noi, e fanno la pratica insieme a noi. E che tutti come noi desiderano la felicità e come noi, no? E non desiderano niente, nemmeno la più piccola sofferenza, proprio come noi. Quindi i nostri maestri sono testimoni continui di quello che ci accade nella nostra mente. Adesso ci affidiamo, prendiamo rifugio profondo del cuore, nei 3 gioielli, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, dal profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio e preghiamo profondamente di darci protezione. Se ci affidiamo a 3 gioielli, saremo sempre protetti da loro. Sono costantemente inseparabili dalla nostra mente. Non ce le dobbiamo dimenticare, perché altrimenti non riusciamo a creare questo contatto, rifugio profondo. Tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono il rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio profondamente nei Guru, nelle divinità di meditazione delle Dakini, che il Maestro in essenza rappresenta tutti i Guru, le divinità di meditazione e gli Dakini. Diamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Totale fiducia, con totale fiducia ci affidiamo al Guru Buddha, e questo ci ricorda di stare molto attenti a come ci comportiamo, così con il rifugio, con la paura di fare qualcosa che crea sofferenza a noi e agli altri. Quindi la causa del rifugio, la paura di creare condizioni di sofferenza a noi e agli altri, e la totale fiducia dei maestri che hanno la mente onnisciente, che possono veramente concederci la protezione. Immaginiamo che siamo completamente sotto la protezione del nostro maestro. Il nostro maestro ci concede totale rifugio. Pensiamo che questo rifugio viene, diciamo, il maestro, dal suo cuore infiniti raggi di luce. Concede questo rifugio a tutti gli esseri che si affidano a un maestro rifugio, Buddha Dharma Sangha. Diciamo di essere completamente sotto la loro protezione. Quindi invitiamo il nostro maestro a venire sulla sommità della nostra testa. Immaginiamo esso seduto o in piedi su di un fior di loto sulla nostra testa, e immaginiamo che l'emanazione del nostro guru va sulla testa, cioè si emana sulla testa di tutti gli esseri. C'è un fior di loto, Chenrezig, Thangtong Gyalpo, il nostro guru, la nostra mente, la mente del nostro maestro. Immaginiamo che emana infiniti raggi di luce. I suoi piedi sono fatti di luce, il suo corpo, il suo santo corpo, che è pieno di energia, di nettare, luce, pieno di gioia il suo corpo. Immaginiamo completamente felice della nostra pratica. Il contatto che abbiamo con il Guru, con il Buddha è estremamente felice. E immaginiamo dal suo cuore come una cascata di nettare e luce, al chakra del suo cuore, come una sorgente di luce, come un nettare. Esce, ci pervade completamente, e questa luce pervade il corpo di tutti gli nostri persone vicino a noi. Pensiamo che anche loro ricevono questo nettare, luce, rifugio. E tutte le persone malate, le persone che in questo momento sono un momento da vicino alla morte, e anche le persone del bardo, e tutti gli esseri senzienti, anche gli umani, tutti gli umani, anche tutti gli animali che in questo momento karmicamente sono animali, sono stati e sono estremamente vicini a noi, e anche tutti gli esseri invisibili, tutti immaginiamo che ricevono questa nettare luce. Veniamo completamente purificati tutto col mantra Mani Padme Hum si purifica tutto il karma negativo che abbiamo creato con attitudine egocentrica, così immaginiamo questa raggi di luce bianca e elimina tutte le cause della sofferenza, delle malattie e recitiamo il mantra Mani Padme Hum con questa visualizzazione. Oh Mani Padme Hum, oh Mani Padme Hum, oh Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Immaginiamo che tutto il karma che abbiamo creato con un'attitudine, diciamo, egocentrica viene completamente purificato. Non pensiamo più che siamo i soli a soffrire, ma che tutti gli esseri soffrono come noi e hanno bisogno come noi della gioia e della felicità come noi. Non siamo soli, tutti gli esseri sono come noi, siamo come vasi comunicanti. Quindi recitiamo la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo, visto che abbiamo fatto tardi. Posso a tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che sono il risultato del karma e delle condizioni temporanee, come pure danni recati dagli spiriti dalla malattia degli elementi, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono le sofferenze delle malattie che mettono in pericolo la vita e che separano un solo istante il corpo dalla mente, come il macellaio che conduce un essere al macello, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle malattie infettive da una giornata, da quelle croniche e dalle altre, per le quali gli esseri provano terrore solamente a sentirlo nominare, come se venissero spinti dalla bocca di Yama, signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati da 80.000 tipi di interferenti, da 360 demoni malvagi che danneggiano all'improvviso dalle 424 malattie. Possono tutte le sofferenze che disturbi da 4 elementi che privano particolarmente ogni piacere venire totalmente pacificati. Possono il corpo e la mente avere radianza e potere ed essere dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, per la compassione del Guru, dei tre gioielli, per il potere del Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani, per la forza dell'infallibilità del Karma e dei suoi effetti, possono tutte queste numerose dediche e preghiere essere esaudite appena espresse. Il desiderio di felicità verso tutti gli altri esseri, il desiderio che gli altri siano liberi dalla sofferenza, del causa della sofferenza, è inconcepibile questo, pensare così, è il beneficio. Quindi dedichiamo tutti i meriti, qualsiasi merito che noi abbiamo generato alla lunga vita di nostri maestri, in particolare per Sua Santità il Dalai Lama e Thangtong Gyalpo Rinpoche. In questo paese circondato da montagne nevate, tu sei la sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità. Potente Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, ti prego di rimanere fino alla fine dell'esistenza ciclica.
Prego di rimanere fino alla fine.
Lamazoba Rinpoche, tu che detieni le sostieni, preserva e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di maggioranza, te che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano tre gioielli, salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli. Per favore, vivi a lungo. Pensiamo anche alla lunga vita, dedichiamo per i progetti a lunga vita di Oneself Rinpoche, posta la mente dell'illuminazione che ancora noi non è ancora sorta a sorgere, quella che è già sorta in noi, incrementarsi sempre più. Noi dedichiamo, sigilliamo i nostri meriti con la comprensione che tutti i fenomeni sorgono nell'originazione interdipendente, che quindi non c'è nemmeno un fenomeno che esiste separato da qualche cosa d'altro. Quindi per questo possiamo dedicare beneficio di tutti gli esseri. Quindi Sua Santità il Dalai Lama dice: posso essere caro agli esseri senzienti come la loro propria vita, ed essi molto cari a me. Possono le loro azioni negative portare conseguenze a me e tutte le mie virtù portare conseguenze a loro. Finché ogni essere senziente di qualunque mondo non sia stato liberato, possa essere anch'io, rimanere anch'io per liberare anche l'unico essere dalla sofferenza. E Sua Santità il Dalai Lama dice: possa io essere sempre oggetto di felicità per tutti gli esseri senzienti secondo i loro desideri e senza interferenze, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, il vento, la medicina e le foreste. Un'altra importante dedichiamo perché gli insegnamenti del Dharma durano per sempre, che gli insegnamenti rimangono per sempre. Questa è una dedica molto importante. Quindi se il merito di queste preghiere avesse forma, non potrebbe essere contenuto nei mondi che sono numerosi come i granelli di sabbia del Gange. Quindi queste sono le dediche che fa sempre Sua Santità il Dalai Lama. Anche noi facciamo queste dediche, ci uniamo alle sue dediche nello stesso modo in cui Sua Santità dedica. È passato già mezz'ora, sì, siamo stati bravi, manca un minuto, alla 30 minuti. Vi ringrazio tanto della vostra partecipazione, qualsiasi cosa che possiamo fare, anche appunto a noi ci sembra poco, anche se poco, anche nel poco c'è il grande, c'è il tanto, quindi è importante, ecco, che noi rigioiamo di quello che possiamo fare. Questo è molto importante, che noi siamo contenti di quello che possiamo fare, e poi questa gioia se la uniamo a tutti quelli che anche stanno facendo degli sforzi, no? Perché il Dharma bisogna sforzarsi per praticarlo, invece Samsara viene bene, non c'è bisogno di sforzo, no? Quindi anche un piccolo sforzo che noi facciamo di Dharma, per il Dharma, ecco, che è incredibile beneficio, perché proprio perché è uno sforzo, perché non viene da solo, no? Quindi anche piccolo c'è un beneficio incredibile, no? Quindi stiamo contenti, anche se riusciamo a fare poco, ma in quel poco. Poi con questo tempo di degenerazione, i valori, l'etica è così bassa, no? Riuscire anche a avere l'aspirazione a fare anche qualcosa, insomma, ecco, non perderla mai questa aspirazione, è incredibile il beneficio, no? Di questi tempi di degenerazione, quindi veramente siamo come degli eroi, no? Dice, e le eroine, cerchiamo di metterci, di sforzarci, no? Per le nostre possibilità, quindi grazie a tutti. Adesso non viene il mio sostituto, la mia sostituta.
È qua il sostituto.
Ah, eccolo!
È qua.
Ciao Elio, Tenzin Dongyo.
Voilà.
Piacere di incontrarti.
Anche mio piacere, sì.
Ciao a tutti, eh?
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, grazie. Ciao Sabina, ciao Livio, ciao a tutti quanti e buona sessione. Dove stai? Dove sei, Elio?
A Parigi.
Quella, Parigi.
Oh, nel mondo, siamo nel mondo.
Nel mondo, sì. Parigi è dentro di noi, no? Parigi.
Sì, per
non
forza.
È separata da noi, no?
No.
È dentro di noi.
Sì.
Siamo vicini, allora siamo molto vicini, no?
Siamo vicini, è vero.
Grazie.
Grazie.
Ti faccio tantissimi auguri.
Grazie, auguri.
Grazie, ciao a tutti, ciao.
Donc voilà, on va dire au revoir à nos amis italiens. Et donc bonjour à tous les amis français qui sont là. On va commencer donc cette pratique en français. Donc je vais faire comme d'habitude le partage d'écran pour les textes si je les retrouve. Voilà, ça va être une toute petite seconde. Voilà, donc déjà le partage des textes pour un petit peu l'introduction et la motivation, comme nous faisons d'habitude. Donc, cette pratique, nous la faisons à la demande de Lamazoba, avec le souhait de guérir le monde de cette pandémie qui sévit actuellement et qui ne finit pas de durer. À chaque fois, on annonce que c'est bientôt fini, et c'est jamais fini. Donc, cette pandémie, donc, bien sûr, nous tous, autant que nous sommes, nous en subissons les effets d'une façon ou d'une autre, soit que nous avons été touchés par la maladie, soit que des proches ont été touchés par la maladie, soit que des proches sont morts, soit que certains ont des ennuis dans leur activité, dans leur métier, dans leur travail, dans leurs finances, du fait de cette pandémie. Mais tout le monde, au niveau mondial, tout le monde est un petit peu impacté par cette pandémie. Et donc, ce n'est pas par hasard. Cette pandémie, c'est aussi le résultat d'un karma. On l'appelle un karma collectif, mais c'est juste la somme d'un certain nombre de karmas individuels. Et donc, si nous sommes impactés de quelque façon que ce soit par la pandémie, c'est que nous aussi, nous en avons créé les causes. puisqu'il n'y a pas d'effet sans cause, et si nous subissons les effets, c'est que nous-mêmes, nous avons créé les causes. C'est le principe même du karma. Il n'y a pas d'effet sans cause et il n'y a pas de cause qui nous soit extérieure. Donc, quelles que soient les difficultés que l'on rencontre face à cette situation, quels que soient les désagréments, eh bien, on aurait tort d'en vouloir aux autres. Si nous sommes touchés par quelque désagrément que ce soit, c'est que nous avons contribué à la création de ce karma. Donc, la première façon d'arriver à supporter la situation difficile, c'est de prendre patience en se disant que c'est un mauvais karma du passé qui a mûri. Et donc, moyennant quoi, nous sommes libérés de ces difficultés. Donc, et toutes ces difficultés, elles viennent, comme toujours, de notre ignorance par rapport aux actions, par rapport aux attitudes, et du fait de cette ignorance, nous avons commis des actes qui ont eu cela comme conséquence. Et donc, comme nous y sommes pour quelque chose dans la survenue, eh bien, nous avons aussi le pouvoir, nous aussi, tous ensemble, de créer une autre énergie, une énergie positive pour atténuer ces effets et pour petit à petit mettre fin à cette pandémie. Et donc, c'est pour cette raison que, avec une motivation pure, et là, grâce à la prière de Thangtong Gyalpo qu'on va dire tout à l'heure, on va faire cette pratique pour dissiper tous les êtres de leur ignorance, pour dissiper l'ignorance de tous les êtres, afin de faire en sorte que se répande cette énergie positive de compassion, d'amour. Et on commence par la méditation sur les 4 pensées incommensurables. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puisse-t-il demeurer ainsi? Puissé-je faire en sorte qu'ils demeurent dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur suprême de l'éveil et les causes de ce bonheur. Puisse-t-il les obtenir? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils les obtiennent? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance, puissent-ils en être libérés? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur de renaissance supérieure et de la libération. Puisse-t-il ne jamais en être séparés. Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils n'en soient jamais séparés. Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Donc maintenant, nous nous adressons donc à Chenrezig par le biais de la prière de Thangtong Gyalpo. Et donc Chenrezig, on commence par le visualiser au-dessus de nous et de tous les êtres d'ailleurs, sur le sommet de ma tête et de celle de tous les êtres dont le nombre est aussi infini que l'espace, se trouve un lotus blanc et un disque de lune. Et sur ce lotus blanc et le disque de lune apparaît la syllabe Ri, qui est blanche et qui se transforme en Chenrezig. Chenrezig lui-même est blanc, lumineux. Il diffuse des rayons de lumière des 5 couleurs. Son sourire est magnifique. Son regard est plein de compassion. Et de ses 4 mains, les 2 premières sont jointes au niveau du cœur et tiennent le joyau qui exauce tous les souhaits. Et les 2 autres tiennent un rosaire de cristal et un lotus blanc. Il est paré de son riz et d'ornements de joyaux. Une peau de biche couvre son épaule et le Bouddha Amitabha, le Bouddha de lumière infinie, couronne sa tête. Il est assis dans la posture adamantine, donc les jambes croisées. Il est adossé à une lune immaculée. Au sommet de sa tête, à sa gorge et à son cœur, il y a les syllabes Om, A, Hung. Et donc, en essence, il représente tous les refuges réunis. Donc, c'est un être de lumière, c'est un être lumineux. Et donc, tous ces rayons de lumière se répandent au-dessus de nous et viennent s'absorber dans tous les êtres que nous sommes. Et donc, partant de là, on va voilà, dire la prière. Je pense que vous l'avez à l'écran. Donc maintenant, nous nous adressons à Chenrezig qui est au-dessus de nous dans son apparence lumineuse et qui répand sur nous et tous les autres êtres du samsara tous ces rayons lumineux qui ont pour but de dissiper toutes les maladies, toute la pandémie qui envahit le monde. Et donc nous l'invoquons. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Là, nous allons, non, je suis désolé, je suis allé trop vite, j'ai oublié le refuge. Vraiment, je suis impardonnable. Donc, on revient au début. Donc, on va prendre refuge. Tous les êtres mémères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakini. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres mémères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakini. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres mémères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakini. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. On va citer les mantras. Le mantra de Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum. Mani 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 Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Maintenant, on continue, cette fois-ci avec la prière. Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Et là, de nouveau, les mantras. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Puis de quelle souffrance liées aux maladies graves, qui tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, 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 o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspirer dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme. O mani padme hum, o mani. O mani padme hum, o mani. O mani padme hum. O mani padme hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani. Padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, 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 o mani. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani. O mani padme hum, o mani. O mani padme hum. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. O mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum, o mani padme hum. O mani padme hum, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. 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 Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces et prières, être pleinement exaucées. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani. Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Et donc maintenant, nous allons faire la dédicace parce que je pense qu'il est là. Voilà. On repartage d'écran pour la dédicace. Voilà. Puis ce joyau suprême de la bodhicitta naître là où il n'est pas né, ne pas dégénérer là où il est déjà né, mais s'accroître de plus en plus. Grâce au mérite accumulé par ses actions vertueuses, puisse-je rapidement atteindre l'état d'un maître Bouddha et conduire tous les êtres sans exception à cet état d'éveil. Grâce au mérite des trois temps, accumulés par moi-même, les Bouddhas et les Bodhisattvas, et tous les êtres, puissent la guerre, la famine, la torture, la pauvreté, les problèmes économiques et tous les dangers liés à la terre, à l'eau, au feu et au vent être immédiatement pacifiés et puissent la paix et le bonheur parfait entre le cœur et la vie de chacun. Puissent les enseignements du Bouddha durer longtemps et puissent les êtres de ce monde rencontrer l'enseignement du Bouddha et atteindre l'éveil aussi vite que possible. Grâce au mérite du présent et de l'avenir créé par moi-même, au mérite des trois temps accumulés pour les innombrables Bouddhas, les innombrables êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre, puisse-je moi qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre, atteindre l'état de plein éveil qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre, et mener tous les êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre vers cet état qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre, uniquement par moi-même qui suis aussi entièrement vide d'existence propre. Et donc la prière de longue vie pour sa sainteté le Dalai Lama. Goli rawe kowe jinkam di pendang dewa maru jungwen Chenrezig Institute Multimedia Team. Et la prière de longue vie pour Lamazoba Rinpoche. Tu su chan chi jang gan yerwe ten di kyan perwe pu se do bo de cho su ku le me juru Pada Tsaduche Guntu Shabdenjo. Et voilà, donc, avec ces dédicaces, nous avons terminé, comme d'habitude, la prière. Je ne sais pas si mon successeur est là. Si, tiens. Elle est là, donc voilà, c'è Agata la vista, quindi
Sì, ciao.
ciao, quindi ti lascio il posto et à presto.
A presto, grazie di tutto.
Au revoir tout le monde, au revoir tout le monde. À bientôt.
Bene. Buonasera a tutti. Sono Agata del centro Chanchul di Polava, vicino a Udine. Un centro fondato da Geshe Shetto Topten sotto la guida del Dalai Lama e inaugurato nel 1990 da Geshe Champagyat. Bene, cominciamo subito con la purificazione della nadi per cercare di calmare corpo, parole e mente, pronti per la pratica successiva. Quindi chiudiamo la narice destra con la mano destra e ispiriamo con la narice sinistra pensando che ispiriamo luce bianca che rappresenta tutte le realizzazioni dei maestri, tutta l'energia dei 4 elementi, terra, acqua, fuoco e aria, e tutto ciò che è di buono. Inspiriamo e all'altezza del nostro ombelico cerchiamo di trattenere per qualche secondo l'aria e poi la facciamo uscire sotto forma di fumo nero, pensando che tutte le negatività, le tensioni, il karma negativo, tutto quello che ci disturba viene mandato lontano, lontano e si dissolve nel vuoto. E quindi facciamo questa respirazione 3 volte con la narice sinistra, 3 volte con la destra e poi con entrambe le narici. È consigliata la postura in 7 punti, però se non ci riuscite va bene anche solo tenere la schiena molto dritta, questo sì, perché così il prana può fluire in modo più fluido, senza ostacoli. Quindi cominciamo. Cambiamo narice. Ora con entrambe le narici. Perfetto, allora adesso pensiamo assolutamente alla motivazione che ci spinge a essere qua. Intanto dovete dire grazie a voi stessi perché avete scelto di prendervi cura di voi vi siete concessi una pausa per cercare di migliorare il vostro percorso spirituale e avete capito che questa è la vera e propria soluzione a tutto quello che in questo momento potrebbe essere di ostacolo alla nostra vita, a quella degli altri. Facciamo parte di questa preghiera veramente da tanto tempo e dobbiamo ringraziare appunto il Dalai Lama e Lamazopa perché ci hanno spinto a partecipare a questo karma collettivo che è veramente importante per la pandemia e per tutti i problemi che ci sono in questo momento. E quindi la nostra motivazione adesso cerchiamo di farla confluire in un sentimento di bodhicitta che rappresenta il volere come obiettivo raggiungere l'illuminazione nel più breve tempo possibile, perché solo ed esclusivamente così noi potremo essere in grado di aiutare gli altri e di conseguenza questo motore, perché la motivazione è il motore che spinge tutte le nostre azioni, avrà un impatto molto forte sul nostro comportamento, che migliorerà di giorno in giorno e quindi ben venga questa motivazione. Non facciamoci coinvolgere troppo da quello che succede e cerchiamo di essere grati ai nostri maestri, al Dalai Lama, appunto a tutti i nostri Guru Radice, a tutti quelli che ci hanno insegnato il Dharma, perché è una grande opportunità di pratica per noi e per gli altri. Con la motivazione di bodhicitta, la bodhicitta convenzionale, che è quella che si basa sul potere altruistico, il potere della mente che si occupa degli altri, e in questo caso di conseguenza diminuisce l'egoismo. E la bodhicitta ultima, che è quella che come obiettivo quello di raggiungere la vacuità dei fenomeni. E in questo caso viene eliminato l'attaccamento al Dio, questo pensiero di certezza della nostra etichetta mentale che pensa che l'io sia assolutamente vero dalla sua parte e non interdipendente da cause e condizioni, e questo ci provoca abbastanza problemi nella mente. Uno dei metodi più importanti per cercare di raggiungere essere altruisti e di conseguenza fare leva su questo senso di obbedienza che abbiamo verso il nostro io, verso l'etichetta, verso la mente che ci fa sbagliare, che ci porta a criticare o a avere un comportamento non congruo rispetto al Dharma, è la pratica del Tonglen. Ricordiamoci che facciamo parte tutti di una unica entità, che siamo tutti interdipendenti da cause e condizioni. Quindi se stanno bene anche gli altri, stiamo benissimo anche noi. Quindi occupiamoci con grande compassione di tutti gli esseri senzienti. In questo caso appunto cerchiamo di continuare a tenere la schiena dritta e di visualizzare intorno a noi tutti gli esseri senzienti dei 6 reami. Gli esseri umani, gli animali, gli spiriti affamati, gli spiriti assetati, gli dei, semidei, tutti sono in preda di una sofferenza molto forte. Pensiamo agli infermi, a chi non trova da mangiare, a chi ha veramente tanta sete e non lo riesce a trovare da nessuna parte, e gli esseri umani, gli animali che soffrono a causa del fatto che si mangiano a vicenda e non solo vengono sfruttati dall'uomo. Gli esseri umani soffrono a causa della nascita, della malattia, della vecchiaia e della morte. E i dei e semidei hanno conflitti fra loro, inoltre riconoscono il momento, gli viene detto il momento della morte, per cui soffrono tantissimo. E tutti questi universi di persone di esseri senzienti che soffrono, sono tutti intorno a noi a 360 gradi. Pensiamo che nessuno può nessuno può trovare una soluzione da soli, perché non hanno avuto non hanno avuto contatto con dei grandi maestri come l'abbiamo avuto noi, e non riescono a trovare una guida, una protezione. Allora sentiamoci coraggiosi e pensiamo che veramente noi li vogliamo aiutare, vogliamo cambiare le cose, e quindi pensiamo che se non facciamo qualcosa noi, nessuno lo farà. Ispiriamo sotto forma di luce nera le negatività e le cause della negatività di tutti gli esseri senzienti, anche le nostre. Pensiamo che se per esempio abbiamo un dolore particolare, un problema riferito al corpo, ma non solo, alla mente, una persona che sta male, un vicino che si strugge per qualche cosa, pensiamo che tutti provano questo stesso dolore. E questa pratica allevia la preoccupazione del dolore e quindi ci sentiamo meglio. È proprio una pratica molto importante da questo punto di vista qua. Quindi ispiriamo luce nera come fumo, che rappresenta tutto il negativo, tutto il karma negativo che deriva da tutti, e entra attraverso il nostro capo, e all'altezza del nostro cuore visualizziamo una palla nera molto pesante. Sentiamo questo macigno che ci pesa tantissimo nel nostro cuore, e quindi ispiriamo la negatività sotto forma di luce nera di tutti gli esseri senzienti, e nel momento in cui il prana, l'energia del fumo sfiora la palla nera, esplode come una palla, esplode come una bomba, e va in 1000 pezzi che si espandono in tutto l'universo fino a sparire. Pensiamo qualche secondo così. La palla nera rappresenta la nostra preoccupazione egoistica, e quindi l'esplosione della palla fa in modo che tutti i frammenti spariscono, però rimaniamo concentrati anche sulla non vera esistenza dell'io, perché in questo momento il nostro egoismo e l'attaccamento all'io sono spariti. Non li troviamo da nessuna parte se li andiamo a cercare. Meditiamo quindi sulla vacuità dell'io, delle cause, delle negatività e delle cause delle negatività. Non riusciamo a trovarla da nessuna parte, non c'è più niente. Siamo veramente presi da un senso di gioia, di liberazione, perché abbiamo eliminato da una parte le sofferenze degli altri e dall'altra la nostra preoccupazione egoistica, perché abbiamo appunto fatto un procedimento di grandissimo significato. Quindi cerchiamo di sentire questa gioia, questa beatitudine dovuta alla liberazione della negatività degli altri, delle sofferenze. Visualizziamola come una luce bianca, bianchissima, che riempie tutto il nostro corpo. Siamo pervasi da beatitudine e vacuità. La luce bianca esce attraverso i pori della nostra pelle e inonda di beatitudine, purificazione, guarigione tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso, a 360 gradi. Pensiamo di andare ad aiutare, a rendere felici, a guarire tutta la nostra casa, il nostro paese, tutta l'Italia, la Russia, l'Ucraina, fino a inondare di luce, purificazione, guarigione tutto l'universo. La luce piano piano rientra dentro il nostro corpo, all'altezza del nostro cuore. Visualizziamo che è stata purificata. Continuiamo a sentire un senso di grande beatitudine, unito alla vacuità dei fenomeni. Ora i raggi di luce escono dal nostro cuore e vanno a porgere offerte a tutto il campo dei meriti, Buddha, Bodhisattva, Dharmapala, protettori, e pensiamo di supplicare tutto il campo dei meriti affinché possano essere sempre più presenti ed aiutarci a trovare la forza, il coraggio per essere proprio dei veri e propri guerrieri di luce, provvisti di tanto coraggio e determinazione nell'aiutare gli altri concretamente. E gli porgiamo offerte di acqua, acqua da bere, acqua per lavare i piedi, tantissimi fiori, anche giardini meravigliosi che avete visto. migliaia e migliaia di luci, di soli, luce, imparate questa parola luce, cercate di essere luce, siate luce di voi stessi, come diceva Geshe Champagyatso, e profumi deliziosi, cibo meraviglioso e musica, tanta musica. Offriamo tutto il campo dei meriti che compiaciuto ci restituisce questa energia sotto forma di luce bianca con tantissima forza, coraggio. Molto importante il coraggio, perché è facile dire voglio fare questo, voglio fare quell'altro, però devi eliminare la paura, devi fare un lavoro su di te molto forte, no? Per essere d'aiuto agli altri. Quindi io dico sempre, veramente al mio maestro, come lo dice sempre, tu coraggiosa, devi diventare coraggiosa. Ok, adesso siamo praticamente dei contenitori adatti, molto importanti per procedere con la lettura della parola Vajra del Mahasiddha, Thangtong Gyalpo, la preghiera benedetta conosciuta come la preghiera che libera i Sakya dalle malattie. Continuiamo a sentirci, no? Questa beatitudine, questa gioia, perché abbiamo fatto una pratica densa di significato. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanto lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che è come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui il semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche, preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Passiamo alle strofe di dedica. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa, effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. In particolare pensiamo a tutti gli infermieri, i dottori degli ospedali, delle case di riposo, dei centri di salute mentale, che stanno facendo un lavoro incredibile per aiutare tutti i malati. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Poi a tutti i maestri, i professori delle scuole, perché possano avere saggezza e insegnare etica a tutti gli studenti, poi a tutti i capi di Stato, perché possano prendere delle decisioni giuste in questo momento di grande particolare violenza, che si occupino appunto di tutti con grande saggezza e positività, anche di Madre Terra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Posso in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato da guru perfetti, posso io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando le qualità dei terreni e sentieri, posso io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai neppure per un secondo dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrappa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi ed ha regalato lo yoga degli stadi della suprema beatitudine e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io sempre essere usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a quando tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, posso io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Come l'eroe Manjushri, come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirle nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei 3 tempi per avere una condotta pura. affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del re del Dharma, Tsongkhapa prosperi, possano tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati, tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei due tipi di meriti e dei tre tempi di me stessa e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrapa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possono i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che funge da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manionat, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi. Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie a tutti, ci vediamo la prossima settimana. Cercate di fare Tonglen quando potete.
Grazie a te.
Prego, ciao.
Ciao.
Hello, Thangtong Namjong. Hi.
Hello, buonasera.
Buonasera. Ciao.
Ciao, ciao. Okay. Thank you very much to the Italian group. Very nice to hear. Hello and welcome to everyone. Some might be joining freshly this half hour. So my name is Tenzin Namjong, and as many of you know, we've been doing this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer session now for probably close to 2 years. So thank you for all of your continued participation and support. So many of you know by now, when we do any activity, the first thing to do is set a very positive motivation. So I'll just say a few words about that. And yes, we have been doing these sessions, the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer to help with the coronavirus pandemic that is still ravaging many parts of the world. But if we take a bigger view and remember our motivation of compassion, as we say in the Four Immeasurable Thoughts, may all sentient beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. So when we think about this, then we should think that how, sentient beings are experiencing various sufferings, not just the suffering from illness, but also the suffering from, war, from environmental problems, from natural disasters, and then all of the mental suffering that sentient beings experience, particularly humans in this world, a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress, a lot of depression. And then when we think, well, what is the cause of these sufferings? Then, as you know from the teachings on the Four Noble Truths, we have the truth of suffering and then the truth of the cause of suffering. And the truth of the cause of suffering is basically all of our various problems, all of our suffering arise from our karma and our afflictions. So if we want to, be free from suffering, or if we want others to be free from suffering, we need to help them to rid themselves of the cause of suffering. And then when we inquire more deeply, then we see that the root cause of all of our suffering is this ignorant mind that grasps on to a false notion of reality. The ignorant mind that believes in, holds on to phenomena being intrinsically, inherently established from their own side. But actually, phenomena do not exist in this manner. They exist rather as being merely labeled by the mind, a mere dependent arising. So this wisdom that realizes the ultimate nature of reality then becomes the only antidote that is able to cut through all of the various samsaric sufferings that sentient beings are experiencing. And so if we want to help sentient beings be free from suffering, we actually need to help them cultivate this wisdom that realizes emptiness within their own mental continuum. And in order to be most skilled, most effective in doing that, then we ourselves need to build up and reach our highest state of potential, that of complete enlightenment, qualified by the omniscient mind that is able to see individually all the various karmic dispositions of sentient beings, is able to know their sort of a level of intelligence, and therefore is able to guide them in the most effective way, teaching them in the teaching that will be most beneficial for their mind. And so that is why we need to achieve the state of enlightenment, so we can be of utmost benefit for sentient beings. So the wish that, this motivation to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings is what we call bodhicitta. And then we can't just leave it in the aspect of a wish, but also then have to dedicate ourselves to train in the various practices that lead to enlightenment. So this is what they call the engaging bodhicitta. And so now here, as we are going to do this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayerathon, do this meditation session here, we should think that we are doing this session so that we can completely, accumulate the causes for attaining enlightenment, as well as to purify our minds of all the obscuring factors that would prevent us from achieving enlightenment. So with that in mind, with that motivation, then we can start the actual practice. Okay, so here is the practice. And now at the beginning, we should also visualize all sentient beings in the space around us. And we can think that they're doing the practice with us. And then we can also visualize our Guru in the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha in the space in front of us, thinking that our Guru is here on this occasion to help guide us, to help lead us to enlightenment. And then before we take refuge, we should reflect on the various qualities of the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, and again, aspire to generate those qualities within our own minds. And then with that in mind, then we recite these motivation verses. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infant-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infant-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infant-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so now here, before we recite the mantra of Avalokiteshvara, Om Mani Padme Hum, then if you've had the initiation of Avalokiteshvara or a higher class of tantric initiation, then you can generate yourself as the deity. So first, purifying all the impure appearances into emptiness. So recalling that, as we mentioned, this ignorant mind that grasps onto the true existence, the inherent existence of all phenomena, right? So although the ignorant mind grasps to things to exist in that way, to our ignorant mind as sentient beings, then those phenomena appear actually to be truly existent from their own side, but the way they exist and the way they appear is not the same. Therefore, in the teachings, you'll see the analogy of a phenomena being like an illusion, like a mirage, like a dream, because the way they exist and the way they appear is not the same. So then this mind that realizes the lack of inherent existence of all phenomena, that one, then to be in a form that is more beneficial, that can be directly perceived by sentient beings, that very mind arises as Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of compassion. If you don't have the initiation, then you can visualize Avalokiteshvara in the space in front of you. Either way, then, as we do the mantra recitation, imagine that at your heart there's a lotus, on top of which is a moon disk, on top of which is a syllable Hri. Then surrounding the seed syllable is the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. As we recite the mantra, from the mantra garland and the lotus and the moon disk, countless light rays radiate out in the 10 directions. These light rays then come to strike all sentient beings. When these light rays touch sentient beings, all of their negative karma, all of their sickness, all of their obscurations, both liberation and enlightenment, are completely purified. And by the time we're finished with the mantra recitation, all sentient beings will be purified in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. So we'll chant a few times melodiously, and then we'll go to a more silent chanting. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Omani Bemi, Omani Bemi. Omani Bemi, Omani Bemi. Omani Bemi, Omani Bemi, Omani Bemi. Omani Bemi, Omani. Omani Bemi, Omani. Omani Bemi, Omani. Omani Bemi, Omani Bemi. Omani Bemi, Omani Bemi, Omani Bemi, Omani Bemi. So now just rest in the awareness that due to having recited the mantra and the purifying light rays from Avalokiteshvara's heart, that all sentient beings are now completely purified of all their sickness, all their negative karma, all their afflictions, as well as all the obscurations to liberation and enlightenment, and have thus attained the state of Avalokiteshvara's enlightenment. Okay. So now for the rest of the session, we'll just recite over and over again this actual prayer from Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of our spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis and protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis and protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of our spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis and protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, one more time. And may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so now we'll do a more general dedication. So first for the development of bodhicitta. So please dedicate like this. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. Next, for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then for the long life of Lamazoba Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunata's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 jewels. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Then to seal our dedication with the understanding of emptiness, due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Then these next 2 verses from the King of Prayers. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue, with the dedication praises the best, by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. Then for the flourishing of Lama Tsongkhapa's teachings, for the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified, and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merit of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teaching of the victorious one, Losang Drakpa, shine resplendent forever. And here also, let's dedicate now for all those beings who have recently passed away. So due to all the 3-time merit accumulated by ourselves, as well as all 3-time merit accumulated by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may all those beings who are in the bardo instantly be reborn in the Pure Land where they can achieve enlightenment. Or at the very least, may they achieve a perfect human rebirth, meet with a Mahayana Guru and a Mahayana Dharma, practice well and attain enlightenment in their very next lifetime. And then let's also dedicate for all those who are sick. So due to all the three-time merit killed by ourselves, as well as the three-time merit killed by numberless sentient beings and numberless Buddhas, then all those beings who are sick, whether due to coronavirus or any other ailment, may they in this very moment be instantly freed from all of their sicknesses, all of their suffering of body and mind, and then be able to live out the rest of their life by practicing Dharma well and attain enlightenment as quickly as possible. And then we can also dedicate for all the various problems affecting the world, not only the problems due to illness, but also the environmental problems, the problems due to natural disasters, the war, economic problems, and so forth. May all of these things instantly be pacified, and may they never occur again in this or any world system of the 10 directions. Okay, grazie mille, and namaste to Damchut.
Hello, Venerable Namjong. Lovely to have you back.
It's
I'm
good to be
just, you know
back.
what? I was just wondering, what time is it now where you are?
It is 9 a.m. on Saturday. Yeah.
Well, that wasn't too bad because I thought, God, it was quite bright when I saw you this morning. And I thought, oh, he said he's going to be back. And I thought, I hope he's not in the middle of the night, the poor chap.
No, I miscalculated. Yeah,
No,
it was more like 16 hours, I think.
Yeah. Oh, fair enough. At least you get daylight. I love the background. I love that tree behind you.
Yeah, it's quite nice.
It's really, really nice. And if you think about it, the different branches of
yeah.
our path, the ones we sometimes have to walk through to find the little gems along the way, that enrich our lives and how we all come together. No, lovely. No, great.
I have the natural background, which you've seen, but the sun was rising over it, so I was extremely backlit. So I decided to come inside today.
Oh, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
No, it's always great to have you. I love the background. As I said, that is a nice piece. Now you tell me you carved that yourself or you made that yourself, and I'm really, really, really impressed.
No, well, first of all, it's metal.
Oh.
And I did not do this. No way.
Well, good taste anyway.
Yeah, well, it's my mother's taste. This has been here, since I remember.
What would be with our mothers, So do send her my love, and say you can tell her I like this, and she has good taste, and she brought up a well-balanced son.
I will tell her that, and it's interesting because I did an online class with this very background because it was at night, and someone else mentioned it too, and I was like, I just kind of take it for granted, and it's like, okay, it's there in the dining room, but okay. Thank you.
But no worries. I mean, it's you could always think about the tree, how it has to be rooted in something. We have to be rooted in wisdom and compassion before we can branch out to help everyone and provide. Although this branch is on that side and that one is on that, so the tree can be in different places.
Right.
From its root perspective.
Yes.
Anyway.
Very true. I just use it as an analogy for like the lam rim outlines.
Even
so
better.
we're saying like this branch branches off into two that anyway.
See, you don't just take it for granted. You make use of it. So be grateful your mother has this at home. So it gives you inspiration to do teachings on it.
Yes.
No, I'm joking.
Okay.
Have a lovely evening.
Be well.
You too. Take care and be safe.
Okay. Take care. Yeah. Right. You too. Thank you. Thank you to everyone for tuning in as well. See you next time.
Bye-bye. Let's have a look who's with us. So that was our dear brother Venerable Namjung. So we've got here, hello, Paola, Jeannie's here, hello, both of you. Hello, Chenrezig Institute, everyone who is following us on YouTube right now. Francesca, Fernando, Sarah, and Amanda might be out there. So hello, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us, for staying on. If you're staying on for this session, thank you. You're more than welcome. If you're just tuning in, welcome as well. And we hope, again, that the sessions that we lead on Saturdays provide benefit to you. It's with all your support that keeps the leads going as well, because it's nice to know that although we do not do these sessions or recite these sessions for personal gain. It's nice to know that people are connecting with us. So that is always a nice, particularly in this technological age. It's really, really nice, and that the prayers can provide a degree of shelter or comfort zone or protective space, or just really just a case to be, a space to be within the community and recite prayers for other beings. So if we take a moment and just take a few deep breaths, just to refocus the mind. If you think about our own individual motivations for being here this evening, are we here because we're following Rinpoche's advice? Or we need a little bit of a sanctuary from this turbulent world? Maybe just found us by chance and you're listening in for the very first time. Whether you're Buddhist or not, doesn't really matter here. It's all about having compassion for all other sentient beings without discriminating who they are, what they are, whatever their orientations are in political, cultural, spiritual, or other ways. We just accept them as beings who wish to be free from suffering and its causes, and we want all beings to enjoy the happiness that is free from suffering. So if we open up the session with the 4 verses from King of Prayers, which also really ties in nicely with the verse of the King of Prayers used by Brother Namjong. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanders in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor, never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So if we think about benefiting other mother sentient beings, we have to think about it from a compassionate, loving point of view. And His Holiness always stresses the point of the importance of mother sentient beings, and that our mothers are the first contact, really, to show us compassion and love unconditionally. So we place quite a lot of emphasis of the nurturing aspect our mothers give us. Of course, their fathers as well, depending on the modern balances these days. But it is very important to think that although mothers also, can be all smiley and happy for the things we do right and rejoice in the things and the progress we make, there can also be moments when moms have to be very protective, either stepping in where there's a risk to the child from outside forces, or even through the actions by the child. If it wants to, for example, put a candle to the bed or put a fork into a socket. Needless to say, mums won't be pleased and may show different facial expressions, to strengthen the point that that isn't right. And here in the UK, we just had some odd weather, as you may or may not have heard. For the UK, it's been one of the worst storms in decades. In other parts of the world, these storms are more of a regular occurrence. And we forget about that. If we were to live in Tornado Alley in the States, or if we live in areas where there are lots of typhoons and hurricanes, touching down and destroying homes and everything, and infrastructures, we sometimes forget that what we see here, it happens with higher frequency in other places, and we do worry. And I was pondering about what may be a nice subject to talk about, given the weather and how attached we are to many things. But I came across a lovely set of lyrics, which, if we use the stormy nights that we encountered, and if we think back as children, how we were frightened and how we relied on the comfort and support that our mothers and parents gave us in these situations when we weren't sure what was happening, how easily we were distracted by dancing shadows and noises, how we really relished that sort of emotional support. And in many ways, we can also look at coming together in prayer as offering emotional support for those who experience stormy nights within their minds and hearts, dealing with problems that to others may just seem rather trivial, but it really disturbs their balance in many, many ways. So what I like to do is I want to read some of the verses from this lullaby for Stormy Night, which is written by Vienna Tang. And it gives us a chance to slightly reflect on these and how we still can provide support for one another, because we all have moments where dark clouds and thunder throw shadows on our lives, and we sometimes can lose the focus on where we're going. Little child, be not afraid. The rain pounds harsh against the glass like an unwanted stranger. There is no danger. I am here tonight. Little child, be not afraid. Though thunder explodes and lightning flash illuminate your tear-stained face, I am here tonight. Little child, be not afraid. The storm clouds mask your beloved moon and its candlelight beams. Still, keep pleasant dreams. I am here tonight. Little child, be not afraid. The wind makes creatures of our trees and their branches to hands. They are not real. Understand. And I am here tonight. And someday you will know that nature is so. This same rain that draws you near me falls on rivers and land, on forest and sand, makes the beautiful world that you see in the morning. For you know, once even I was a little child and I was afraid, but a gentle someone always came to dry all my tears, trade sweet sleep for fears, and to give a kiss goodnight. Well, now I'm grown, and these years have shown that reigns part of how life goes. But it's dark and it's late. So I hold you and wait till your frightened eyes do close. If you think about these lyrics, there are many aspects. They may just sound nice in a poetic form, but there are also many aspects that we can relate to from a Buddhist path point of view. That in turbulent times, when dark clouds, cast shadows on our minds, we don't always see clearly. We don't see the things for what they are. And we struggle and get lost and get fearful, have doubts. And it's always good to know that we have someone to rely on, be it the Buddha, the teachings, our gurus, our community, to provide that blanket, to help us see the things for what they are, to give us this comfort, until we too can see the things for what they really are. And coming together here in these prayers, reciting for not long to be 2 years on a weekly basis. We have also provided emotional comfort to those who may feel lost and forlorn, especially during the times of isolation. Never doubt what comfort you can bring and give to someone in their darkest hour. Rejoice in the ability that you can reach out. And sometimes all we need to do is sit with those who are worried, scared, or alone. Sometimes no word even has to be spoken. Just to be there, to let them know they're not alone. If you visualize in the space in front of us, our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you have the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front or above the crown of your head. Anyone following us from a different spiritual path, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And anyone reluctant to engage with the visualization of deities, just visualize a clear light and let that light be filled with love and compassion for all mother beings. Excuse me. Visualize how light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are. These beings may be right next to you, or the furthest corners of the universe and across the 6 realms. And light enters the bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma, delusions, fears, washing away all the grime and stains and smells and tastes of past lifetimes, revealing more and more of our true nature, compassionate nature, the one that wants to be peaceful, compassionate, at peace with our surroundings. Maybe we invite all Mother Sentient beings to join us now in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having invited all Mother Sentient beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. The Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensifies. Then more and more of the purifying light nectar is being poured into us. We absorb the light, atom by atom, and the spaces between those atoms, and we're being filled with that light, so much so that we can hold no more and exchange light back to the Guru and all Mother Sentient beings, who likewise exchange themselves with the Guru and other beings. We recognize it was through the actions of our body, speech, and mind that so much harm was done. Having had wrong thoughts, wrong speech, and wrong actions, resulting in the suffering of other beings and in return, our own. Om represents that aspect of our defiled actions, but Om also represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind, of the Guru deity, the pure state. In order to transform to the holy aspect, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om to be of consistent, effortless benefit to all Mother Sentient beings, wherever they are, whatever their needs, and whatever form they take. So as we recite the Mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru and all Mother Sentient beings. How you shine brighter and brighter as you absorb more and more light, and the more you purify. And all Mother Sentient beings doing the same. And as we all join within the Guru, becoming one with the Guru and becoming one with another, we shine bright like a glorious sunrise for those who are still lost in the darkness of samsaric existence, and guide them to liberation. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Having acknowledged our faults through the action of body, speech, and mind. Having made the pledge to engage now in wholesome actions that benefit Mother Sentient beings. Taking refuge in the Guru, reciting many mantras while exchanging ourselves with the Guru and Mother Sentient beings. May we visualize ourselves now as pure, holding on to the pure state for at least the duration of these prayers. May we now call upon the Great Mother Tara to join us and remove any obstacles. Remove any obstacles that may otherwise arise throughout our practice. To remove any obstacles that may arise for those who are sick to be reinstated to good health. May all obstacles be removed to find cures for all diseases and pandemics. May all obstacles be removed for those who are about to enter the body or have entered the body to have swift transitions and favorable rebirths. May all obstacles be removed for those who experience hardships. May they be given whatever resources necessary to overcome those hardships and be placed back into a state of happiness that is free of suffering. May the Great Mother Tara also remove any obstacles that may otherwise affect the long life and well-being for our precious gurus, in particular His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. We do a wonderful mala of Tara mantras, the first few out loud and the rest on breath. Om Tare Dudare Dure Suha, 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 Om Tare Dudare Dure Suha. Om Tare Dudare Dure Suha, Om Tare Dudare Dure Suha, Om Tare Dudare Dure Suha. Om Tare Dudare Dure Suha, Om Tare Dudare Dure Suha, Om Tare Dudare Dure Suha. Om Tare Dudare Dure Suha, 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 Om Tare Dudare. Om Tare Dudare Dure Suha, Om Tare Dudare Dure Suha. Having purified ourselves, having removed all obstacles, we now call upon the guardians to join us for the recitation of Vajrayana and Black Manjushri and Despite the appearances of ferocious and wrathful faces, we should embrace those beings really for the kind and loving beings that they are. They've taken it upon themselves to make sure that we stay on the straight and narrow. And as we said earlier, if you think about, you have that soft, kind face of our guru, and then we have these sort of more stern faces. When we step out of line, it's just like the faces our mothers make. Smiley when everything is well, but not afraid to give us a telling off. So that is the way we can look at those. But their actions are driven by compassion, and for that we cannot blame them. We shouldn't. We should really embrace those beings. So if we visualize a ferocious Taklu Vajrapani in the space in front of us, his feet are stretched out and he holds a Vajra in his right hand and his necklace in the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire. And from his body are admitted fire garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorm destroy all diseases, epidemics, spirit harms, and interferers. Where those interferers are beings, may we remind ourselves of the advice His Holiness has given. We do not seek the destruction of beings. What we seek is the destruction of the root causes for beings to act a certain way, which have negative consequences and cause suffering to other beings, and in return to the being which is acting out these seeds of motivations. So we just wish those beings to be freed from these causes so that they may engage in wholesome actions and through that liberate themselves. So we do 7 recitations. Vajapedum Padmaswari Nebishinaganan Taida Saurita Hanana Vajna Raksha Raksha Suwa. Vajapedum Padmaswari Nebishinaganan Taida Saurita Hanana Vajna Raksha Raksha Suwa. Vajapedum Padmaswari Nebishinaganan Taida Saurita Hanana Vajna Raksha Suwa. Vajapedum Padmaswari Nebishinaganan Taida Saurita Hanana Vajna Raksha Raksha Suwa. Vajapedum Padmaswari Nebishinaganan Taida Saurita Hanana Vajna Raksha Raksha Suwa. Vajapedum Padmaswari Nebishinaganan Taida Saurita Hanana Vajna Raksha Raksha Suwa. Vajapedum Padmaswari Nebishinaganan Taida Saurita Hanana Vajna Raksha Raksha Suwa. So just visualize how you put on a protective layer around you to protect yourself from outside forces, but also, protecting others from any impurities that we wish to carry, if you think about it in surgical terms. We now call upon Black Manjushri, wrathful face, 3 eyes, in his 2 hands. He holds the scripture in his left and the sword in the right. He's adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of a mass of fire. And flames of clear light are emanated from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all mother sentient beings, purifying all negative karmas, obstructions, sickness, spirits, dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. Again, we do 7 recitations. Chö su du tu su du mi su ningo la cha ka la cha kam sham tam pe pe su ha tam chö su du tu su du mi su ningo la cha ka la cha kam sham tam pe pe su ha tam chö su du tu su du mi su ningo la cha ka la cha kam sham tam pe pe su ha tam chö su du tu su du mi su ningo la cha ka la cha kam sham tam pe pe su ha tam chö su du tu su du mi su ningo la cha ka la cha kam sham tam pe pe su tam chö su du tu su du mi su ningo la cha ka la cha kam sham tam pe pe su tam chö su du tu su du mi su ningo la cha ka la cha kam sham tam pe pe su. Okay, so having prepared ourselves fully, may we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, the one that liberating Sakya from disease. And let's have a look. Yeah, we should be okay time-wise. then 3. Yes, we overlap this with the praises to the Sublime Chenrezig, and we're going to recite 3 the prayer 3 times for each of the 6 realms, so that we address the suffering in those individual realms. And if we listen also to the praises of the Sublime Chenrezig, you know what the gateways are to those individual realms. Against these realms are manifestations of our mind. We can see quite often, you know, flaws in our own thinking, but we're more likely to look at others and go, you see, that is straight, but actually we're also projecting from our side. So, you know, as it says, you know, was it something in the Bible, you know, don't see the splinter in your friend's eye when you have a trunk stick out of your own, or something like that. Anyway, okay. So we start with the opening, and then when we come to the realms, we recite the prayers. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, Most Sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, Great Refuge and Protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, Loving Protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara, and who endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, Great Protector. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from sorry, I'm jumping the gun here. So we start with the rounds. There you go. Turn the page. Okay, so we start with the first realm, the hell realm. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the arms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, they're like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered. Separate the body from the mind, it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering is now due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body mind of happy happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Lakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Lakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as arms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Lakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of the Craving spirits, may all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the house of God, spiritualness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. In the Son of His name, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm me, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of caste, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The Son of His name therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the house of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May Son of His name therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O Protector. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May Son of His name therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits and suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. The compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. But may whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May Son of His name therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits and suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I think One more time. May all the diseases that and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the house of cross, sickness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. In the sound of his name, ever beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions, since beginningless time, under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of cross, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the arms of cross, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the arms of cross, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. And may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of jealous demigods. May our beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as arms of cross, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. In the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the arms of Christ, Betweeners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and the son of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the hearts of God, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas that occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May, May body beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the son of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So the final realm now. Through the power of protections accumulated since beginningless time out of the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods, male beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall, be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the arms of God, spirits, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the son of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the arms of God, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the son of his name therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled one final time. May all the diseases that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the hands of God, spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are due to may whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, said like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The son of his names, therefore, beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every aptness, be totally pacified, and may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Nakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. So that concludes the main prayers. So if we make our dedications, maybe dedicate all our merit to the benefit of all Mother Sentient beings. May all Mother Sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May they meet the Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our brothers and sisters in the Sangha community around the world, not just our own traditions, but all traditions, for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive by engaging in studies, giving teachings, and doing preservation work and translations to make the Dharma accessible for a long, long time to those who seek it. May they never be separated from the teachings and virtues. Friends, may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we continue to benefit from the company in this in our future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our brothers and sisters in the lay community, who through their kind actions of giving their support in terms of time, skill, and financial, to ensure that Dharma centers, monasteries, and projects can be realized for the benefit of all Mother Sentient beings. May they live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the community of Sangha, virtuous friends, and the teachings. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we enjoy the company in this in our future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we continue to be guided by the kindness and compassion in this in our future lifetimes. May all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we in particular dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, great beacon of love and compassion in these turbulent times. May his life be long, and may we see all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. How grateful we should be to be alive and in human form, to access his teachings in this life, and may we continue to benefit from his wisdom in all future lifetimes, and may we see him be reunited with his people in Tibet in this lifetime. May we also dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lamazoba Rinpoche, who through his great vision has tasked us with these prayers every week, and by doing so has strengthened the bond between the international community of IMI Sangha. May it last from this, not only this lifetime, but for many future lifetimes to come. And also, by having brought us all together in prayer, has made sure that we have connected with the outside world, with everyone who's been kind enough to support us online and joined us online, either through Zoom, YouTube, encompass in the communities live or later on as a recording. May we continue to have these strong bonds in this and all future lifetimes. And may all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Due to the measure of these virtuous actions, may quickly attain the state of Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me and all the merits of all the merits by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness and Lamazoba. Gangrirawe Kawe Shingam, the Pendang Deva Malu Jungwen, Chenrezig Tenzing Yatsu Yi, Shapesite Badu, thank you, Hochi. Tutu Shang Xin Yam Gun Gawe, Tenzing Gampawe, Kunzo the Ports, Chuksung Kawe, like Moon Tudu, Padak Sok the Jagundu Shapen Show. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for your continued support. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for hosting us so diligently. Thank you very much to Ginny, who's with us here on live, on Zoom, everyone who joined us on YouTube, and who have got here. We got Venerable Kumphan doing the tech side. We got Venerable Gonya here. We got Paloma back as well. I saw Fabio. Hello, Fabio.
Hello, brother. How are you?
If you brought the Juans, at least you brought one of the Juans. Hello, Juan. You got one, not two Juans.
Juan.
How is everyone?
Fine. And you? Are you in Leeds, right?
Yes. The Leeds are at home.
Yes, the Buddha is always with you.
Yes, no? always with me, isn't he? Well, you read the letter. Good. For what I thought, what's you referring to? Well, somebody reads the news.
Are you okay in Leeds?
Yes. We just hosted Venerable Rubina last week. So I had a few days off, because it was quite busy. So back at the center on Monday. But that's why I got for whatever reason the newsletter came out quite early. Mm-hmm. If you noticed, he was like, "What's going on here? 9 o'clock." It's lovely to see you all, and may I just say that Begonia really held the fort well for you in your absence, and she's quite good in standing her own ground and entertaining the brothers and sisters of the Spanish-speaking world.
Thank you.
Que entretienes al personal muy bien, Begoña. Que entretienes al personal muy bien en mi ausencia.
All right. I better hand over to you because I know you have an audience waiting. Venerable Kumphan, I might see you later. Or are you about to finish?
I'm not sure when you're coming exactly. Maybe I will be finishing the time.
About an hour and a half. If I don't see you before, thank you very much for hosting.
Thank you.
Lots of love. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take rest.
Be happy. Hello, Kumphan.
Hello, how are you?
Fine, and you? Good morning for you.
Good evening for you.
Thank you.
Nice to see you all.
Nice to see you again.
Paloma, ¿qué ha dicho el Dancho que no le he oído?
Que entretienes muy bien al personal.
¿Yo? En mi ausencia, se ve que esta mañana te ha visto, te ha oído, lo que sea.
Se ve. Sí, no estaba visible, pero se ve que te ha oído o te ha visto, sí.
Bueno, pues es muy agradable, él muy amable. Bueno, pues ahora nos tienes que entretener tú, Fabio.
Hombre, entretener, no sé si es el verbo.
Nice, Fabio's turn.
Sí, bueno, vamos a
Hola,
esperar
Juan.
que... Hola, Juan, buenas noches.
¿Qué, Juanito?
A ver, Juan, una sonrisita. Juan. Qué mala soy. Venga, va.
Sí, después de la maldad, venga, va, ¿no? Ahora...
La bondad.
La bondad,
Venga.
eso. ¿Cómo es lo que tú dices? ¿Bodichita o malach? ¿Cómo es?
Malichita.
Malichita.
Yo distingo entre las dos, bodichita y malichita.
Malichita, eso. Bueno, pues no, vamos a generar la bodichita. Malichita ya tenemos un poco, así que ahora vamos a contrarrestarla con la bodichita. Vamos a seguir...
La oración, que no la tengo a mano. Ya.
Vamos a seguir, bueno, pues conectando con toda esa motivación de bodichita que se lleva generando todo el día. Ya sabéis que hay horas y horas y horas de recitación y es una oportunidad muy buena que nos da, por un lado, la pandemia. Bueno, es un poco ver lo que el Dharma nos enseña, ¿no? El ver lo positivo de aquellos desafíos o de esos momentos tan fuertes que uno pueda estar viviendo. Y la verdad es que el hecho de que nos estemos reuniendo desde hace casi más de un año, acumulando mérito, practicando juntos, pues esto es un regalo que nos está haciendo la pandemia. Y la amabilidad de Lamazoba Rinpoche, que fue quien nos dijo que lo hiciéramos, ¿no? Con lo cual, en el fondo, Yo siempre pienso lo mismo, que es que lo hace por nosotros, nos lo dijo a nosotros. Y si acumulamos mérito para acabar con las condiciones kármicas de la pandemia, fantástico, pero yo creo que quienes más estamos acumulando somos los que estamos haciendo esta práctica sábado tras sábado, ¿no? Así que, bueno, pues es un motivo de alegría y de regocijo. Gracias a todos por estar aquí. Sangha, laicos, gente de los centros, gente de los grupos de estudio, de España, de México, de cualquier sitio. Así es que quizá empezamos por ahí, por regocijarnos unos momentos, por alegrarnos unos momentos, ¿no? Que puede parecer paradójico que en medio de una situación difícil uno se alegre, pero sí, si le ve la parte buena a los problemas, los transforma, es capaz de darles la vuelta. Así es que nos alegramos de todo corazón de poder estar reuniéndonos, practicando juntos, desde no importa qué lugar del mundo. Valoramos esta situación que, aunque es negativa, tiene componentes muy positivos que nos ayudan a nosotros los primeros, ayudan a nuestros seres queridos que son por aquellos por los que pedimos y ayudan a todos los seres en general. Entonces, en base a eso, nos alegramos, nos regocijamos y generamos la preciosa mente de la bodhicitta. Y aquí sí, aquí nos acordamos de todos los seres, en especial de aquellos que más sufren o que han sufrido, los que han fallecido, los enfermos, los que han perdido sus trabajos, gente en situaciones económicas delicadísimas. Muy en especial me quiero acordar de los pescadores que han fallecido en el Mar del Norte, en condiciones terribles, para que tengan un muy buen renacimiento, para que sean guiados por Chenrezig a su tierra pura, ellos y todos los seres. Podemos visualizar a todos los seres a nuestro alrededor, nuestro Padre a la derecha, junto con todas las figuras masculinas de nuestra familia, abuelos, tíos, hermanos, todos ellos meditando igual que nosotros. Los visualizas muy serenos, muy tranquilos, casi luminosos. No importa si ya no viven o están lejos, o hace mucho que no ves. Ahora los traes a esa posición a tu derecha. Y a tu izquierda tu madre y todas las mujeres de tu familia en esa misma actitud de meditación, de oración, de recogimiento. Detrás sitúas a tus seres más cercanos, compañeros, conocidos, amigos, animales. Y frente a ti colocas o colocamos a esas personas con las que tuvimos o estamos teniendo problemas en este momento de nuestra vida. Aprovechamos y las incluimos en esta práctica, creando así una causa más para sanar esa relación, para curar esa herida. Y alrededor están todos los seres del universo, tantos que tus ojos no alcanzan a ver el final. Incontables seres, humanos, no humanos, conocidos, desconocidos, agradables, no tan agradables, visibles, invisibles, todos los seres, sin una sola excepción. Lo más importante es sentir que nuestra mente no se deja ninguno fuera, que acoge a todos. Utilizamos esa visualización de tener a todos los seres a nuestro alrededor para desarrollar esa preciosa mente de la bodhicitta, pensando en lo maravilloso que sería que pudiéramos llevar a todos y cada uno de esos seres, sin una sola excepción, al precioso estado de la iluminación, el estado donde ya no hay más sufrimiento, ni siquiera existe la palabra sufrimiento. Y como ese objetivo nos puede parecer demasiado ambicioso, pensamos y recordamos que no estamos solos, que tenemos enormes recursos a nuestra disposición, todos englobados en el Dharma, que es la mejor maravilla con la que nos hemos podido encontrar en esta vida. El Dharma y el Guru, el Maestro. Pensamos que tenemos las bendiciones, la inspiración, las enseñanzas, los consejos personales, generales, de todos los maestros, o de nuestro maestro, en especial de Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, las bendiciones de todos los budas que a través del maestro nos hacen llegar, su guía, su protección, sus cualidades, sobre todo sabiduría y compasión, y que todo eso está personificado en el Buda de la compasión, en Chenrezig, que en nuestro mundo es su santidad el Dalai Lama. Y hoy, en lugar de proyectar la imagen que siempre suelo proyectar, he visto esta. Me parece preciosa porque pues habla por sí misma, ¿no? Y además es Chenrezig en el aspecto de su santidad, con lo cual también tenemos delante a Chenrezig, ¿no? Así es que piensas en esa compasión, en Chenrezig, en el aspecto que te sea más cómodo, más confortable. Imagina lo que puede ser tener delante a su santidad, en persona. La calidez que transmite, la compasión, la amabilidad, la bondad, el poder que transmite. Todas esas cualidades son las de Chenrezig y viceversa. Así es que somos tremendamente afortunados de tener a un guía como él. Pensando así, nos acogemos bajo su protección y la de todos los Budas, tomando refugio 3 veces en nuestro nombre y en el de todos los seres que nos rodean. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Pensamos y sentimos así que tanto nosotros como todos los seres que nos rodean ya estamos bajo la protección de todos estos maestros, que en el aspecto del Buda de la compasión nos guían, nos protegen y nos cuidan. Maestros como su santidad, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Lama Yese, nuestros yeses, nuestros maestros personales. Y reflexionando, meditando en todas esas cualidades que ellos ya han desarrollado y que potencialmente nosotros tenemos, recitamos unos minutos el mantra de la compasión, visualizando que del sagrado cuerpo de su santidad o de Chenrezig, o los dos, surge luz y néctar que entran por nuestra coronilla, la de todos los seres, despertando y activando todas nuestras cualidades internas, especialmente la sabiduría y la compasión. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Hacemos la primera dedicación y recordamos que es importante mirar la imagen del Mahasira Thangtong Gyalpo de vez en cuando, como aconseja Rinpoche. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la Muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Venerable Juan, ¿quieres hacer la dedicación de esta primera recitación, por favor?
Bueno, pues como dice la oración, dicen, pueden todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres, que son producto del karma, bueno, pues dedico para que se agote este karma negativo, fruto de nuestras acciones, las acciones de todos los seres negativos, y como también dice la oración, que por la fuerza infalible del karma, en este caso karma positivo, que cesen todas estas condiciones negativas, enfermedades, etcétera. Pensar que tener solo ideas bonitas no es suficiente, que el karma es producto de nuestras acciones y que nos dediquemos a realizar, que se dediquen a realizar los seres acciones positivas como la generosidad, etcétera, los 6 acciones virtuosas, etcétera. Gracias.
Gracias. ¿Hacemos la segunda? Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Venerable Paloma, por favor.
Pues que podamos todos vivir con una buena moralidad, respetándonos unos a otros, también que vayamos, que realmente cultivemos el buen corazón y que podamos dejar este legado a los que nos siguen, especialmente que las nuevas generaciones realmente cultiven ese respeto, esa moralidad y ese aprecio y buen corazón.
Gracias. La tercera. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Que puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum Mani Padme Hum Mani Padme Hum Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum Mani Padme Hum Mani Padme Hum. Dale, por favor.
Pues sí, yo quisiera dedicar para la Sangha, para los monasterios en India, Nepal y Tíbet, para la Sangha que está repartida por todo Occidente y que atiende a todos los seres por medio de grupos de estudio, de centros de ciudad, centros de retiro y monasterios, pues para que tengan todo lo que necesiten, y maestros y enseñanzas y todos los objetos materiales que tengan. Y también me gustaría dedicar para que nuestros políticos se tiren de los pelos en casa y no nos hagan partícipes a los demás de sus malos rollos, porque eso al final pues repercute en que la sociedad pues lo va a tener mal.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Y al hilo de lo que comentaba Venerable Begoña, que es la importancia de los maestros, y ya que vamos a hacer las oraciones de larga vida de nuestros maestros, pues pidamos de corazón que no nos dejen, que los maestros no nos dejen, que nos están dejando. Hace 2 días ha mostrado el aspecto de fallecer la reencarnación de Dudjom Rinpoche, el cabeza del linaje Nyingma, con 32 años. Entonces se ha ido así en un día. No tenía nada, perfectamente sano, 32 años, y le dijo a sus asistentes: me voy a la habitación, relajaos y cuidaos. Y al día siguiente, cuando fueron a llevarle el té y el desayuno, pues estaba en posición de meditación en la luz clara. Y ahí sigue, y se ha ido. Entonces es muy importante que acumulemos mérito y que los maestros no se nos vayan. Hace poco Thich Nhat Hanh, también otro gran maestro del linaje Sentient, y así. Muy importante que, pues eso, que hagamos oraciones de larga vida de nuestros maestros y sobre todo que tengamos armonía, que es la causa kármica para que el gurú permanezca. Así es que con todo esto en mente vamos a hacer las oraciones de larga vida de nuestros maestros. gale jue sampele disino kadri insume tensi gyatso kutse tenshi tu serum. Joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Tenzin Gyatso, te suplico que tengas una larga vida y que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Pedimos exactamente lo mismo para Lamazoba Rinpoche, que pueda la vida de Rinpoche ser muy larga, muy estable, muy firme, muy sólida, que no muestre ningún signo de tener obstáculos, que nosotros cumplamos con sus deseos, con sus consejos, que vivamos los samayas de manera lo más pura posible y sobre todo que haya armonía, mucha armonía. Chuchul chamsin yangon yelwe ten si yompelwe kunsodo kotse Sosun kurwele montudu Ahata sodu jegundu sapenso. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjusri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos, luego que tengas una larga vida. Por último, dedicamos los méritos de haber hecho esta práctica y todas las que hayamos hecho en el pasado. Seguimos dedicando por la salud y larga vida de todos nuestros maestros, Lama Oneself Rinpoche, nuestros Geses, venerable Gese Lamsan, Gese Rinchen, Gese Yampe, el venerable Jesús Beber, toda la Sangha, todos los maestros, Kadrolá también, todos los maestros que nos guían. Dedica también por tus propios fines, proyectos, necesidades particulares, unos momentos, los de tus seres queridos. Que desde los centros seamos capaces de transmitir la luz del Dharma, de Buda y de Lamazoba. Yewadi jinyu duda lama sangye drugyurne drowachi kyan maru padeji salago palso tancho semcho rinpoche make panam ye gyuchi yewa nyampa me payan que por los méritos de estas acciones virtuosas alcance rápidamente el estado de un Buda maestro y lleve a todos los seres sin excepción a ese estado iluminado, que la suprema joya de la bodhicitta que no ha nacido surja y crezca, y que la que ya ha nacido no disminuya, sino que aumente más y más. Pues muchísimas gracias a todos, a los venerables, los primeros, y a toda la gente que está en YouTube conectada. Muchas gracias. Nos vemos el sábado que viene, Budas mediante, día 26 a las 10 de la mañana con venerable Paloma. ¿No, Paloma? El micro.
Que digo que si Buda mediante o karma mediante.
Los dos.
Todo mediante.
Todo mediante, pero que estemos. Gracias, Juan.
Gracias, Pavlovsky. Chao.
Hola, Lucia.
Chao, Lucia.
Chao.
Hola, Kumpen.
Thank you.
¿Hace frío? ¿Hace frío, Lucia? ¿Hace frío en Italia? ¿Hace frío en Italia? ¿Es cold?
No hace frío.
Ah, vale. Bien. Aquí tampoco.
Eso es el problema.
No piove.
No, que estamos en febrero y nos hace frío.
Sí, no. Igual aquí, igual en España.
Y agua. Y lluvia tampoco. Agua no.
In English, Reda, she understand.
Okay, sorry. Not raining. In Spain it's not raining.
no raining.
No, no, very dry. Everything is very dry.
No, incredible. Necesitas
Agua.
agua, necesita frío.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Kumpen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye
See you next
bye.
week.
Bye bye. Adiós a
Good night.
todos.
Adiós, Palomita. Ciao.
Chao, Fabio.
Ciao,
Adiós.
Fabio.
Ciao, Lucia. Va bene.
Ciao a todos. Las
No.
queridas monjas.
Las monjas ya se han ido. Ciao,
Venerable
Lucia.
Lucia, are you leading another session?
Sorry?
Venerable Lucia is leading another session.
Because Siliana is a translator to Robina. She asked me to change.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
This session.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a nice session.
Ciao, nos vemos. Ciao, ciao. Jimmy, Ginny. Buonasera a tutti. Forse 4 partecipanti. Siliana sta traducendo Venerabile Robina, allora mi ha chiesto se per favore, forse lei fa tardi, allora mi ha detto Lucia vai tu per favore. Può darsi che ce la faccia entrare, venire anche lei in questa sessione, però non era sicura, quindi la sto sostituendo. Facciamo un pochettino di meditazione, magari facciamo un pochino i canali, purifichiamo calare di sinistra e di destra, i 9 cicli, chiudiamo la narice destra, inspiriamo dalla sinistra e poi chiudiamo la narice sinistra e espiriamo dalla destra per 3 volte, così rilassiamo anche la nostra mente, anche il nostro corpo viene purificato e beneficiato. Proviamo. Quando abbiamo finito, con la mano sinistra chiudiamo la sinistra, la narice di sinistra e inspiriamo dalla destra 3 volte e poi chiudiamo la destra e espiriamo dalla sinistra ogni ciclo. Facciamo per 3 volte. Ora le facciamo insieme, destra e sinistra, inspiriamo da entrambe le narici, tratteniamo un pochettino il respiro all'altezza dell'ombelico e poi espiriamo lentamente da entrambe le narici. Ora ci concentriamo un pochino sul respiro. calmiamo la nostra mente e anche il nostro corpo, rilasciamolo. Cerchiamo di sentire che ogni tensione se ne va. Allora ci ricordiamo il nostro scopo, la nostra motivazione. Ricordiamoci, importante fare chiarezza sul nostro orientamento, anche se piccolino il tempo che stiamo insieme. Siamo tutti esseri senzienti, sensibili e siamo fatti di carne e ossa e abbiamo tutti gli stessi sentimenti. A nessuno piace nemmeno la più piccola delle sofferenze e tutti desiderano anche le più piccole della felicità. In questo siamo tutti uguali, ricchi, poveri, belli, brutti. No, non c'è nessun dislivello fra di noi. Adesso pensiamo, forse ci consideriamo meno degli altri o forse di più degli altri, ma questa attitudine è veramente un'attitudine non di Dharma. Pensiamo che tutti gli esseri santi, i nostri maestri, sono stati come noi, hanno avuto gli stessi problemi nostri, quindi piano piano sono riusciti a migliorare la loro mente e sono aumentati i pregi, le virtù e sono diminuiti i difetti. Questa è la pratica del Dharma. Diminuire le nostre afflizioni e incrementare le nostre virtù. Facendo questa pratica noi compiacciamo tutti i nostri, soprattutto il nostro maestro spirituale, e in questo caso è stato Lama Zopa Rinpoche che ci ha richiesto di fare questa pratica. E compiacendo il maestro, compiacendo il nostro maestro, allora si dice che compiacciamo tutti gli esseri santi, tutti Buddha e Bodhisattva. Quindi cerchiamo di essere consapevoli di questo. Quindi visualizziamo con totale fede, fiducia, nello spazio davanti a noi, visualizziamo il nostro maestro, e il nostro padre a destra, il nostro madre a sinistra, così tutti i nostri cari fratelli, sorelle, amici, mogli, mariti, figli, anche le nostre persone con le quali abbiamo dei problemi. E pensiamo che anche loro sono come noi. È dovuto alle cause e condizioni karmiche adesso in questo momento si manifestano sotto queste sembianze, ma tutti sono stati, continuano ad essere estremamente gentili con noi, persone che non conosciamo, che non abbiamo mai visto. Pensiamo che ci sono intorno a noi tutti gli altri esseri. Con lo sguardo infinito noi ci rendiamo conto che ci sono anche loro e li abbracciamo con lo sguardo infinito. Quindi pensiamo, decidiamo di meditare un pochettino sull'amore e sulla compassione. Allora si dice che meditare sull'amore e sulla compassione è molto molto importante, molto più importante che fare offerte agli infiniti Buddha. Quindi meditiamo un pochettino. Possiamo pensare, possono tutti gli esseri, noi e tutti gli esseri, avere la felicità, desideriamo la felicità, la causa della felicità. Possono tutti gli esseri possedere la felicità e le cause della felicità. Il nostro maestro Buddha è presente davanti a noi, tutti gli infiniti esseri illuminati, santi, sono presenti a noi, quello che facciamo. Quindi la nostra motivazione è diventare come loro per liberarci da tutta la sofferenza, per liberare anche gli infiniti esseri dalla sofferenza. Questa è la più grande, più profonda, più vasta motivazione. Meditiamo un pochino così. Possono tutti gli esseri avere la felicità e le cause della felicità. Come sarebbe meraviglioso se tutti gli esseri avessero la felicità e le cause della felicità. Cioè noi e tutti gli esseri. Un'etica pura che non desidera danneggiare nessuna forma di vita. Così adesso riflettiamo, sentiamo, generiamo. Possono tutti gli esseri, compresi noi stessi, i nostri cari, tutti essere liberi dalla sofferenza né dalle cause della sofferenza. Come sarebbe meraviglioso se non ci fosse la sofferenza, se nessuno, nemmeno il più piccolo degli esseri soffrisse, come sarebbe meraviglioso questo. Che nessuno metta le cause nella sofferenza. Quindi adesso, dopo aver meditato così, si dice che solo un attimo di amore e compassione è superiore a fare offerta a tutti i Buddha e a Bodhisattva, ed è incredibile meditare così. Adesso leggiamo insieme questa preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo che ha veramente del grandissimo potere generato da sentimenti profondi di amore e compassione. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che sono il risultato del karma e delle condizioni temporanee, come pure danni arrecati dagli spiriti delle malattie e degli elementi, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono le sofferenze delle malattie che mettono in pericolo la vita e che separano un solo istante il corpo dalla mente, come il macellaio che conduce un essere al macello, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle malattie infettive di una giornata, da quelle croniche e dalle altre, per le quali gli esseri provano terrore solamente a sentirle nominare, come se venissero spinti nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dagli 80.000 tipi di interferenze e da 360 demoni malvagi che danneggiano all'improvviso e dalle 424 malattie. Possono tutte le sofferenze che derivano dai disturbi dei 4 elementi e che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere venire totalmente pacificate, e possa il corpo e la mente avere radianza e potere ed essere dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Per la compassione del Guru, dei tre gioielli, per il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani per la forza infallibile del karma, dei suoi effetti, possono tutte queste numerose dediche e preghiere essere esaudite appena espresse. Quindi questo è la preghiera molto potente di Thangtong Gyalpo, e anche molto potente quello che noi generiamo dentro di noi perché queste preghiere abbiano successo. Quindi adesso facciamo un pochettino di mantra di Om Mani Padme Hum, pensando che la nostra guida spirituale è inseparabile dalla nostra attitudine, dalla nostra fiducia. Quindi quando citiamo il mantra pensiamo che riceviamo tutte le, tutto l'affetto, il calore, tutto l'amore, tutta la saggezza dentro di noi. Facciamo poco poco perché siamo già un pochino al limite delle dediche, quindi Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Facciamo una dedica di Sua Santità il Dalai Lama e di Lamazoba Rinpoche. Si dice che solo sentire una volta il mantra di Om Mani Padme Hum c'è un enorme, incredibile beneficio. In questo paese circondato da montagne nevate, tu sei la sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità, potente Chenrezig Institute. Ti prego di rimanere fino alla fine dell'esistenza ciclica. Per lunga vita di tutte Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del giocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa e maggiornata, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre gioielli, Salvatore mio degli altri, ti prego, tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Gyalpo Rinpoche e tutte le sue attività possono essere portate a compimento. Quindi dedichiamo perché gli insegnamenti del Dharma rimangono per sempre e perché la nostra mente di bodhicitta non degeneri mai, quella che c'è già incrementi sempre più. E richiamo tutti questi meriti alla suprema illuminazione per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri. Questo io che dedica, che è nominato, che è imputato dalla mente, dedica tutti i meriti che sono meramente imputati a tutti gli esseri che sono meramente imputati. Così sigilliamo con la motivazione della saggezza. Sua Santità il Dalai Lama fa sempre questa dedica che è molto bella. Posso essere sempre cara agli esseri senzienti come la loro propria vita ed essi molto cari a me. Possono le loro azioni negative portare conseguenze a me e tutte le mie virtù portare conseguenze a loro. Finché ogni essere senziente di qualunque mondo non sia stato liberato, possa anch'io rimanere nel mondo per amore suo, anche se ho conseguito l'illuminazione. Possa io essere sempre oggetto di felicità per tutti gli esseri senzienti secondo i loro desideri, senza interferenze, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, il vento, la medicina e le foreste. E Sua Santità aggiunge: se il merito di queste preghiere avesse forma, non potrebbe essere contenuto nei mondi che sono numerosi come i granelli di sabbia del Gange. Quindi E grazie a questa pratica noi abbiamo generato moltissima energia virtuosa, quindi la dedichiamo alla nostra suprema illuminazione per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri, e questo c'è un grandissimo beneficio nel fare questo, quindi se possiamo rigioire, questo è molto importante. Grazie a tutte le persone che erano presenti, che io non vedo soltanto una monaca, che non so se mi capisce.
Thank you.
Grazie mille Lucia. Grazie mille. Buonasera.
Ciao, buonasera. Buonasera. Bello vedervi.
Yes.
Ciao.
Yes. Ciao ciao.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Hello, buonanotte, buona sessione.
Yeah, grazie mille.
Grazie. A voi, grazie.
Grazie.
Gracias.
Yes.
Gracias.
So, Kunpan, how's life?
Hello, Venerable Tendela. How are you?
Good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, yes. You have your shift again? Very early morning?
Yes. And you too?
Yes, very late evening here. Huh? Yes, yeah. Also welcome, Jeannie. I don't know if there's also on YouTube people watching, but
yeah, there are always some people here on YouTube.
Everyone is welcome. Yes, it's so fantastic. Of course, we do it for the people who are suffering from for the pandemic in whatever way, but I think we are the most beneficial persons making these prayers. So I think Lamazoba did not give it only to avoid the pandemic, but also to bring us those who do the prayers, those who do make the effort, those who work hard to enlightenment. So yeah, we do our best. Yeah, here in Irlanda, here in France, it goes slowly much better. So the numbers are really dropping. So all the governments here in West Europe, at least I know from Germany, Netherlands, and Spain, they stop taking the measurements back, you know, so people can go out again to restaurants and don't have.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I think it starts next week or something, but this is now the plan. Yeah, so it's
slowly coming back to normal.
Yeah, because it starts to get warmer here also. So spring is coming. Even the spring comes only in 1 month, but here in France, the weather is already very nice. In some other places, a lot of storm and still cold, but yeah.
Yeah.
So
good.
Any news in Australia?
No news, but all good. Yeah,
okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
have a nice session, Venerable Tendela.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think in the morning I managed to use sometimes the screen with the prayer, so a little improvement. Yeah. But now I see again there's no, all my documents are not here. Oh yeah, 8 prayers like this one. Prayer, Sakya from the seas. There it is. Can you see it on the screen?
Yes.
Ah, good. Happy to be. Happy that I finally managed. So, good morning, evening, afternoon, everyone who is present. So we're gonna use our precious human rebirth because it's actually quite special that we have a healthy body, that we can think, that we can discriminate thoughts, what is good, what is not good. So, and that we have the Dharma on this planet, that also our external conditions are good enough. So, and also that we have time to do such prayers, and that we don't have to work 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So that we have some time to reflect on who we are, what the essence of our life is, make our life beneficial. So, yeah, so we have this precious human rebirth, and then it's so fantastic that we follow advice of our teachers, how to make it really beneficial. So, and yeah, this came into being because of this pandemic. So many people suffer in different ways from the pandemic. But then there's, of course, so many more sufferings. So we can also those other sufferings we hear about in our life, maybe we read in the news, or we hear from friends, or we just see around us accidents, people who are very unhappy, people with negative minds, violence, harsh words, harsh speech, people stealing, lying, and so forth. So we see so much negativity in the world, people who create, who experience negativities, or who even create negativities. So we do all this prayer for all of them. So we want to use this precious human rebirth to develop all the best qualities in ourselves, increase our love and compassion. One way also to develop it is not only to see how relative, friends, neutral people, enemies are, and that people change from category to category. So those who are now neutral become friends or are family members in the future, and those who are enemies become neutral, and those who are neutral can also become enemies. Even if friends can become enemies. So we see sometimes people have been married and then there comes a big fight and they're each other's worst nightmares. So there's not only that we can say like, oh, we want to do only prayers for these and these and these. So it doesn't make sense. So, and the other way to look at it is the depth of suffering for sentient beings. So there's the suffering of suffering, and then there's the suffering of change all the time. So even those who have no manifest suffering at this moment, no physical or mental suffering, don't know if they have it later, today, tomorrow, next week. So there's so much, everything changes. So there's never stability in samsara. So all the sentient beings we have in mind, who we meet, who we connect with, who also take care for us and provide us with our clothes, protection, roof, food. So they all have this suffering of change. And then even we don't know always the right method to apply to our problems. Some people make it even worse, So like when you get a spot on your clothes and you remove it very ineffectively, it becomes much worse. So little drop of ink on your clothes, and then you remove it unskillfully, it becomes a big spot, and it's hard to avoid that anyone sees it. So it's an example of that we don't know sometimes the method. We have problems. We have ignorance in our mind, and we don't know how to reach. We sometimes even don't know that it's possible that to develop this stage of a kind of permanent peace and permanent happiness, permanent bliss, that there are methods on this planet. People hardly believe it, that their minds have this possibility and don't know the methods, don't know how to apply the methods. And on the contrary, they apply sometimes completely the wrong methods. And they think, oh, this makes me happy. And while they do it, a lot of other new problems arise. And so sometimes the teachers say like samsaric pleasures are like honey on a sharp blazed knife. So we think, oh, so nice, this honey, and then we lick with our tongue, and then we get a big cut in our tongue. So this is because the samsaric pleasures look so nice, and then we strive only for that, for the convenience of our lives, for pleasure only in our lives, and all our life is about avoidance, discomfort. All our life is about hearing pleasant words. People say only nice things, and then we try to avoid it. People say not nice things. So we want to have pleasure sounds, pleasure, and then we only want to have material. We don't want to have loss. So then when we have a car and a house and so forth, it has to be protected. So all our effort is about protection and gaining more security. There's never an end on security. At least this is a part of the delusions. So yeah, all these methods are not leading to long-lasting, very satisfying, deep peace and happiness. So, and it's actually very sad that many people don't know the methods and don't know what to apply to the mind. And that's so fantastic that we met Buddha's teachings and that we have a basic trust in Buddha's teachings. And the Buddha says, don't just believe it, just try and check for yourself if these are really methods, these are really medicines for all our suffering. So, yeah, so out of compassion and that we don't want other people to suffer, and out of love for other sentient beings, we do this practice. That we want them happiness, and we want to be free from happiness. We want them, and then we use our life. Actually, it's the most best motivation to have the motivation. I want to lead all sentient beings out of enlightenment. So, therefore, I engage in studies. I engage in prayers. I keep my vows well. Just to become more pure human being, develop my mind towards enlightenment, and lead all sentient beings to enlightenment. At this moment, I can do very limited things, but in the future, my mind has the possibility to be more powerful, more focused, more wise, and even more compassionate and loving than I am now. So with this motivation, we do this practice from Thangtong Gyalpo, who was the Buddha himself. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we can visualize all these sentient beings around us, all the sentient beings on behalf. We do this prayer. So from all 10 directions, in general, we visualize males on our right side, females on our left side, friends, those who help us reaching our goals, behind us, and in front of us, those we have difficulties with, we can be upset with, we have negative emotions towards them. They bring up the worst in us. Or we can also think of very bad world leaders who were responsible for the death of many people, like Idi Amin, Stalin, Hitler, Fidela, people like that. So, so we can visualize them in front of us, because we do also the practice for them, because they are not concrete, inherent bad. They've done many worse activities, but also there's nothing but cannot be purified at the end. So we do this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, which you can visualize on the heart, in the heart of the Buddha in front of us, the Buddha Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, who is one with your Guru. Can be His Holiness, can be Lamazoba Rinpoche, can be Kandrula, can be your local Geshe, can be female teacher, male teacher, can even be a Western teacher. So visualize him or her in front of you, but in the aspect of Chenrezig. They are in essence one. In the heart of Chenrezig on this moon disk is the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum in Western letters or in Tibetan letters in the air, and from it rays of light are spread in all directions. And the mantra is turns clockwise, goes clockwise around, and from it rays of light touching all sentient beings and giving them what they are asking for. So Some people are victim from the COVID in a financial way. They lost their jobs and so forth. Maybe get material wealth so that they are not dying, and that their worries diminish. And some people are very lonely or socially isolated. May they find friends, connection. And some people are lost their partners and so forth, or are just young and they want to connect with their peers, and it's just not possible. So many people get depressed and anxiety just because of all of this. And many people are in hospitals or not in hospital, but they are sick, weak health. So when the light of Mani Padme Hum touches them, they will receive health. And then also some people lost their lives, lost their connection with their body. So they are in a bardo state and are looking for new rebirth. Sometimes they are not aware of it. It just happens. They follow their patterns, their karmic imprints. So we make prayers that all of them may have a good rebirth, at least as human being, to continue their spiritual path, and otherwise in a Buddha realm where there are teachings so they can develop their mind further. So we think of all those who have lost their lives, and that is millions. So they can be in a bardo for 4, 5, 6, even until 7 weeks. So there's thousands and thousands who are looking for a new rebirth and dependent on their karma. So may everyone who has the karma maybe contribute to their positive imprints, and that they get a good rebirth in a realm which is more pleasurable than our realm, and in the same time still not just a heaven where they use all their positive energy, but in a realm where there are Buddhas to teach them, and they can create merit there. So we make very strong prayers while we visualize all Mani Padme Hum going around and touching all sentient beings around us, also animals in the form of humans. So all hell beings, heaven realm beings, all the bardo beings, they're all around us, and also from other universes. So it goes beyond our conception. So we visualize this, all sentient beings get this benefit from Guru Chenrezig, who is in all realms, working for sentient beings. We do a few together, and then also I will play Lamazoba Rinpoche in the background, and we'll turn the prayer wheel. O Mani Padme Hum, 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 O Mani Padme Hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. I hope you could stay a little bit focused on the mantra Om mani padme hum, spreading all the lights in all directions, touching all sentient beings. So then we do the actual prayer 2 times. One time I read and one time kind of chanting. May all the diseases that set on the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So do one time more, this strong prayer. It's very effective during the big pandemic in the Tibet, in the Sakya monastery. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings unharmed by acute, chronic, and epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we go now to another prayer, the 8 prayers to benefit the dead. It will show well on the screen. The King of Prayers, the extraordinary aspiration of the practice of Samattabhadra. This is an extraordinary prayer, very powerful, especially for those who have just passed away. So, especially for all those who died of the COVID, wherever they have died, Brazil, Arabia, Australia, Europe, or America, or Asia. Africa doesn't mind, so we make prayers for everyone who passed on, and also and all those we have connection with who have passed on. And it's also very good for, it has many more strong benefits, and it's just a beautiful prayer. So I'm very happy to do this in the evening session. I bow down to the useful Arya Manjushri, you lions among humans, gone to freedom in the present, past, and future. In the worlds of 10 directions, to all of you with body, speech, and sincere mind, I bow down with the energy of aspiration for the Bodhisattva way, with the sense of deep respect, and with as many bodies as atoms of the world, to all you Buddhas visualized as real, I bow down. On every atom are Buddhas, numberless as atoms, each amidst a host of bodhisattvas, and I'm confident the sphere of all phenomena is entirely filled with Buddhas in this way. With infinite oceans of praise for you and oceans of sound from the aspects of my voice, I sing the breathtaking excellence of Buddhas and celebrate all of you gone to bliss. beautiful flowers, regal garlands, sweet music, scented oils and parasols, sparkling lights and sublime incense, I offer to you, victorious ones. Fine dress, fragrant perfumes, sandalwood powder heaped high as Mount Meru. All wondrous offerings in spectacular array, I offer to you, victorious ones. With transcendent offerings, purest of hearts, profound admiration for all the Buddhas, with strength of conviction in the Bodhisattva way, I offer and bow down to all I offer to you, victorious ones, with transcendent offerings, peerless of hearts, with profound admiration for all the Buddhas, with strength of conviction in the Bodhisattva way, I offer and bow down to all victorious ones. Every harmful action I've done with my body, speech, and mind, overwhelmed by attachment, anger, and confusion, all these I lay bare before you. I lift up my heart and rejoice in all positive potential of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in 10 directions, of solitary realizers, hearers still training those beyond, and of all ordinary beings. You who are in the bright lights, worlds in 10 directions, who have attained a Buddha's omniscience through the stages of awakening, all you who are my guides, please turn the supreme wheel of Dharma. With palms together, I earnestly request you may actualize parinirvana. Please stay with us for eons, numberless as atoms of the world, for the happiness and well-being of all wanderers in samsara. Whatever slight positive potential I may have created by paying homage, offering, acknowledging my faults, rejoicing and requesting that the Buddha stay and teach, I now dedicate all this for full awakening. May you Buddhas now living in the worlds of 10 directions and all you gone to freedom in the past accept my offerings. May those not yet arisen quickly perfect their minds, awakening as fully enlightened ones. May all worlds in 10 directions be entirely pure and fast. May they be filled with bodhisattvas, surrounding Buddhas gathered beneath the Bodhi tree. May as many beings as exist in 10 directions be always well and happy. May all samsaric beings live in accord with the Dharma, and may their every Dharma wish be fulfilled. Remembering my past lives in all varieties of existence, may I practice the Bodhisattva way, and thus in each cycle of death, migration, and birth, may I always abandon the householder's life. Then, following in the footsteps of all the Buddhas, perfecting the practice of a Bodhisattva, may I always act without error or compromise, with ethical discipline, faultless or pure. May I teach the Dharma in the language of gods, in every language of spirits and nagas, of humans and of demons, and in the voice of every form of being. May I be gentle-minded, cultivating the 6 paramitas, and never forget bodhicitta. May I completely cleanse without omission every negativity and all that obscures this awakening mind. May I traverse all my lives in the world free of karma, afflictions, and interfering forces, just as lotus blossom is undisturbed by the water's wave, just as the sun and moon move unhindered through the sky. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be a worldly benefit to them as well. May I practice constantly for eons to come, perfecting the activities of awakening, acting in harmony with the various dispositions of beings as showing the ways of a bodhisattva. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. May I always directly see the Buddhas, masters encircled by Bodhisattvas, and without pause or discouragement for eons to come, may I make extensive offerings to them. Oops, that goes too quick. May I hold within me the Buddha's genuine Dharma, illuminate everywhere the teachings that awaken, embody the realizations of a Bodhisattva, and practice ardently at all future eons. While circling through all states of existence, may become an endless treasure of good qualities, skillful means, wisdom, samadhi, and liberating stabilization, gathering limitless, pristine wisdom and positive potential. Or one atom I shall see Buddha fields numberless as atoms, inconceivable Buddhas among bodhisattvas in every field, practicing the activities of awakening. Perceiving this in all directions, I dive into an ocean of Buddha fields, each an ocean of 3 times Buddhas in the space of a wisp of hair, so I too will practice for an ocean of eons. Thus, I'm continually immersed in the speech of the Buddhas, expression that reveals an ocean of qualities in one word, to completely pure eloquence of the Buddhas, communication suited to the varied tendencies of beings. With strength of understanding, I plunge into the infinite enlightened speech of the Dharma, of all Buddhas in 3 times gone to freedom, who continually turn the wheel of Dharma methods. I shall experience in one moment such vast activity of all future eons, and I will enter into all eons of the 3 times in but a fraction of a second. In one instant, I should see all those awakened beings, past, present, and future lines among humans. And with the power of the illusion-like stabilization, I will constantly engage in their inconceivable activity. I shall manifest upon one single atom the array of pure lands, present, past, and future. Likewise, I shall enter the array of pure Buddha fields in every direction without exception. I shall enter the very presence of all my guides, those lights of this world who are yet to appear, those sequentially turning the wheels of complete awakening, and those who reveal nirvana, final perfect peace. May I achieve the power of swift magical emanation, the power to lead to the great vehicles through every approach, the power of always beneficial activity, the power of love pervading all realms, the power of all surpassing positive potential, the power of supreme knowledge unobstructed by discrimination, and through the powers of wisdom, skillful means, and samadhi, may I achieve the perfect power of awakening, purifying the power of all contaminated actions, crushing the power of disturbing emotions at their root, diffusing the power of interfering forces as a perfect power of the bodhisattva practice. May I purify an ocean of worlds, may I free an ocean of beings, may I clearly see an ocean of Dharma, may I realize an ocean of pristine wisdom. May I purify an ocean of activities, may I fulfill an ocean of aspirations, may I make offerings to an ocean of Buddhas, may I practice without discouragement for an ocean of eons. To awaken fully through this bodhisattva way, I shall fulfill, without exception, all the diverse aspirations of the awakening practice of all Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times everywhere. In order to practice exactly as the wise one called Samantabhadra, all-embracing good, the elder brother of the sons and daughters of the Buddhas, I completely dedicate all this goodness. Likewise, may I dedicate, just as the skillful Samantabhadra, with pure body, speech, and mind, pure actions of pure Buddha fields. I shall give rise to the aspirations of Manjushri for this bodhisattva practice of all-embracing good, to perfect these practices without discouragement or pause in all future eons. May my pure activities be endless, my good qualities boundless, and through abiding in immeasurable activity, I actualize infinite emanations. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. One may offer to the Buddhas all wealth and adornments of infinite worlds in 10 directions, and one may offer during eons numberless as atoms of the world, even the greatest happiness of gods and humans. But whoever hears this extraordinary aspiration and longing for highest awakening gives rise to faith just once, creates far more precious positive potential. Those who make this heartfelt aspiration for the Bodhisattva way will be free of all lower rebirths, free of harmful companions, and will quickly see Amitabha, infinite light. And even in this very human life, they will be nourished by happiness and of all conducive circumstances. Without waiting long, they will become like Samantabhadra himself. Those who give voice to this extraordinary aspiration will quickly and completely purify the 5 boundless harmful actions created under the power of ignorance. Blessed with supreme knowledge, excellent body, family, attributes, and appearance, they will be invincible to fast interfering forces and misleading teachers in all the 3 worlds where they make offerings. Going quickly to the noble body tree, sitting there to benefit sentient beings, subduing all interfering forces, they will fully awaken and turn the great wheel of Dharma. Have no doubt that complete awakening is the fully ripened result, comprehended only by a Buddha, of holding in mind by teaching, reading, or reciting this aspiration of the Bodhisattva practice. In order to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality as it is, and just like Samantabhadra as well, I completely dedicate all this goodness just as they did. With that dedication, which is praised as greatest by all the Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times, I too dedicate all my roots of goodness for the attainment of the Bodhisattva practice. When the moment of my death arrives, by eliminating all obscurations and directly perceiving Amitabha, may I go immediately to Sukhavati, pure land of great joy. Having gone to Sukhavati, may I actualize the meaning of these aspirations, fulfilling them all without exception for the benefit of beings for as long as this world endures. Born from an extremely beautiful superlative lotus, in this joyful land, the Buddha's magnificent mandala, may I receive a prediction of my awakening directly from the Buddha Amitabha. Having received a prediction there, may I create fast benefit for beings throughout the 10 directions with a billion emanations by the power of wisdom. Through even a small virtue I've accumulated by offering this prayer of the Bodhisattva practice, may all the positive aspirations of beings be fulfilled in an instant. Through creating limitless positive potential by dedicating this prayer of Samantabhadra's deeds, may all beings drowning in the torrent of suffering enter the presence of Amitabha. through this king of aspirations, which is the greatest of the sublime, helping infinite wanderers in samsara, through the accomplishment of this scripture, dazzling with Samathabhada's practice, may suffering realms be utterly emptied of all beings. That was beautiful. The prayer, Samathabhada, the king of prayers. And in the evening, here in France, it's evening, so I pay a little bit more attention to all the dedications, because we can dedicate this whole session, but also we can dedicate all our activities of today, from simple, nice gestures, being kind in a shop, or being generous on one point, or cooking for someone, making a telephone call to someone who is lonely or who can appreciate. So just keeping our vows, for example, for today, it's all many different forms of merit. And in the evening, it's so good to dedicate it properly, because then it's kind of stored. There are different philosophers in Buddhism, but there are some who say that then the karma will not be destroyed by anger and jealousy, these kind of emotions, which destroy a lot of positive karma. But once we have dedicated so well to all these goals, then it's a kind of, especially that we dedicate to becoming Buddha ourselves, to our spiritual path, developing bodhicitta, developing wisdom, and also to others. So then by dedicating it properly, it will ripen sooner or later as happiness experiences. So the next dedication we want to do is the dedication chapter for Shantideva's Bodhisattva Charyavatara. So here we can on one point replace that he has composed this fantastic book, this fantastic text, and we can say this whole session of the all our positive activities of today, 19th February. So the Bodhisattva Charyavatara dedication chapter from Shantideva. May all sentient beings be graced with the Bodhisattva way of life by the virtue I have obtained while reflecting on a guide to the Bodhisattva way of life. Through my merit, may all those in all directions who are afflicted by bodily and mental sufferings obtain oceans of joy and contentment. As long as this cycle of existence lasts, may their happiness never decline. May the world attain the constant joy of the Bodhisattvas. As many hells as there are in the world, may beings in them delight in the joys of contentment in Sukhavati. May those afflicted with cold find warmth. May those oppressed with heat be cooled by oceans of water springing from the great clouds of the Bodhisattvas. May the forest of sword leaves become for them the splendor of a pleasure grove, and may the sword-like Samali trees grow as wish-fulfilling trees. May the regions of hell become vast ponds of delight, fragrant with lotuses, beautiful and pleasing with the cries of white geese, wild ducks, ruddy geese, and swans. May the heap of burning coal become a mound of jewels. May the burning ground become a crystal marble floor, and may the mountains of the crushing hell become temples of worship filled with sugatas. May the rain of burning coal, lava, and daggers from now on become a rain of flowers, and may mutual battling with weapons now become a playful flower fight. By the power of my virtue, may those whose flesh has completely fallen off, whose skeletons are of the color of a white jasmine flower, and who are immersed in the river Vaitarani, whose water is like fire, attain celestial bodies and dwell with goddesses by the river Mandakini. May the horrifying agents of Yama, crows, and vultures suddenly watch here in fear. Those looking upward behold blazing Vajrapani in the sky and wonder, whose is this brilliant light that dispels darkness all around and generates the joy of contentment? May they depart together with him, freed of vice through the power of their joy. A rain of lotuses falls mixed with fragrant waters. It is seen to extinguish the unceasing fires of the hells. May the beings of the house suddenly refreshed with joy wonder, what is this? And may they see Padmapani. Friends, come quickly, cast away fear. We are alive. A fragrant, radiant vanquisher of fear, a certain prince in a monastic robe has come to us. By his power, every adversity is removed. Streams of delight flow. The spirit of awakening is born, as is compassion, the mother of protection of all beings. Behold him, white lotus feet, are worshipped with tiaras of hundreds of gods, whose eyes are moist with compassion, on whose head a stream of diverse flowers rains down, with his delightful summer palaces celebrated by thousands of goddesses, singing hymns of praise. Upon seeing Manjugasha before them, may the beings of the hells immediately cheer. Through my virtues, may the beings of the hells rejoice upon seeing the unobscured clouds of bodhisattvas, headed by Samattabhadra and bearing pleasant, cool, and fragrant rains and breezes. May the intense pains and fears of the beings of the hells be pacified. May the inhabitants of all miserable states of existence be liberated from their woeful states. May the animals' risk of being eaten by each other disappear. May the pretas be as happy as the people in Uttarakuru. May the pretas always be satiated, bathed, and refreshed by the streams of milk pouring down from the hand of noble Avalokiteshvara. May the blind always see forms, and may the deaf hear. May pregnant women give birth without pains, as did Maya Devi. May they acquire everything that is beneficial and desired by the mind, clothing, food, drink, flower garlands, sandal paste, and ornaments. May the fearful become fearless, and those struck by grief find joy. May the despondent become resolute and free of trepidation. Very distinct word for me. May the ill have good health. May they be freed from every bondage. May the weak become strong and have affectionate hearts for one another. May all regions be advantageous to all those who travel on roads. May the purpose for which they set out be expediently accomplished. May those who journey by boat succeed as they desire. May they safely reach the shore and rejoice with their relatives. May those who find themselves on wrong paths in dreary forests come upon the company of fellow travelers, and without fatigue may they journey without fear of bandits, tigers, and the like. May deities protect the dull, the insane, the deranged, the helpless, the young, and the elderly, and those in danger from sickness, the wilderness, and so on. May they be free from all lack of leisure, and may they be endowed with faith, wisdom, and compassion. May they be possessed of stature and good conduct, and may they always remember their former lives. May they be inexhaustible treasures, just like sky treasure, free of conflict or irritation, and may they have an independent way of life. May beings who have little splendor be endowed with great magnificence. May unattractive wretches be endowed with beauty. Through this merit of mine, may all beings without exception abstain from every vice and always engage in virtue, not lacking the spirit of awakening, devoted to the Bodhisattva way of life, embraced by the Buddhas, and free of the deeds of Maras. May all beings have immeasurable lifespans. May they always live happily, and may even the word death disappear. May all quarters of the world be delightful with gardens of wish-fulfilling trees, filled with the Buddhas and the children of the Buddhas, and be enchanting with the sounds of Dharma. May the ground everywhere be free from stones and rocks, smooth like the palm of the hand, soft and made of lapis lazuli. May the great assemblies of bodhisattvas sit on all sides. May they beautify the earth with their own resplendence. May all beings unceasingly hear the sound of Dharma from the birds, from every tree, from the rays of light, and from the sky. May they always encounter the Buddhas and the children of the Buddhas. May they worship the spiritual mentor of the world with endless clouds of offerings. May a God send rain in time, and may there be an abundance of crops. May the populace be prosperous, and may the king be righteous. May medicines be effective, and may the mantras of those who recite them be successful. May the kinis, rakshasas, and other goals be filled with compassion. May no sentient being be unhappy, sinful, ill, neglected, or despised, and may no one be despondent. May monasteries be well established, full of chanting and study. May there always be harmony. May there always be harmony among the Sangha. May the purpose of the Sangha be accomplished. May monks who wish to practice find solitude. May they meditate with their minds agile and free of all distractions. May nuns receive provisions and free of quarrels and troubles. May all renunciates be of untarnished ethical discipline. May those who are poor ethical discipline be disgusted and become constantly intent on the extinction of their vices. May they reach a fortunate state of existence, and may their vows remain unbroken there. May they be learned and cultured, receive alms, and have provisions. May the mind streams be pure, and their fame be proclaimed in every direction. Without experiencing the suffering of miserable states of existence, and without arduous practice, may the world attain Buddhahood in a single divine body. May all sentient beings worship all the Buddhas in many ways. May they be exceedingly joyful with the inconceivable bliss of the Buddhas. May the Bodhisattva's wishes for the welfare of the world be fulfilled, and whatever the protector's intent for sentient beings, may that be accomplished. May the Pratyeka Buddhas and Shravakas be happy, always worshipped by the lofty gods, Asuras, and humans. Through the grace of Manyukasha, may I always achieve ordination and the recollection of past lives until I reach the joyous ground. May I live endowed with strength in whatever posture I am in all my lives. May I find plentiful places of solitude. When I wish to see or ask something, may I see the protector Manjunata himself without any impediment. May my way of life be like that of Manjushri, who lives to accomplish the benefit of all sentient beings throughout the 10 directions. For as long as space endures and for as long as the world lasts, may I live dispelling the miseries of the world. Whatever suffering there is for the world, may it all ripen upon me. May the world find happiness through all the virtues of the Bodhisattvas. May the teaching that is the sole medicine for the suffering of the world and the source of all prosperity and joy remain for a long time, accompanied by riches and honor. I bow to Manyugasha, through whose grace my mind turns to virtue. I salute my spiritual friend, through whose kindness it becomes stronger. I think that's it. Suddenly it ends. Thank you so much. Then we do some general dedication prayers. To actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, may that arise not decline, but increase more and more. John Chop Sam Chogrim Pochi Ma Ke Pa Nam Ke Yurchik Ke Pa Nyong Pa Me Pa Yam Gong Ne Gong Du Palwa Shu. It says Ke Pa Nyong Pa Me Pa Yi. But I asked around, I don't speak Tibetan, but I heard it must be young at the end. So Lamazoba Rinpoche often elaborates on this prayer as follows. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. Maybe we can say us. May it be generated in our hearts and in the hearts of all the family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has arisen be generated increase. And for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind, the Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Magic ten kam die bende malum agang le jungbe sa Brinzung meten sin Yazung Choku Tenjing Tu In the next prayer, His Holiness wishes to be spontaneously fulfilled. Savor of the land of snow's teachings and transmigrated beings who extensively clarifies the past and unifies emptiness and compassion. To lotus all the Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. I don't think His Holiness wants to make so much travels anymore, but it would be so nice if he could visit Tibet again, Nepal, all other Asian countries where there are so many Buddhists, that they may all be able to see His Holiness, who is the living Buddha of compassion. Lamazoba depso and of course, with a long life and well-being of Lamazoba Rinpoche, so he may be long around us, help us and many others to enlightenment. You who uphold the subduers moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Unto Zhang Jian Zhang Gen Gelbim Tan Xin Kyung Palwei Kun Zi Dok Bon Tim Chok Sum Kurwe Lek Men Tu Drum Pa Dak Sok Dil Ji Gen Du Shap Ten Chu. And to see the merits with emptiness. Due to this virtue, I quickly become a guru, Buddha, and lead all transmigrated beings without exception to that state. Malupam Deyi Salam Geparshu. And to dedicate the same way as all the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like some other others as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by the all gone beyond victorious ones of the three times in order to have good conduct. Anyway, we do prayers for world peace for all our leaders on this planet. Those have responsibility, take responsibility. May they see their job as serving other sentient beings, benefiting as many beings as possible, seeing the big picture, and not being too egocentric, nationalistic, but have an open heart for all problems of all the people in the world. And then there's quite some, okay, let's stop here, sharing screen. We had some requests to do prayers for the email. Yeah, for Cristiana Russo, we can do special dedications to her. She had, since a few years, a lot of pain since an operation was not successful. And also Venerable Thupten Padron, who passed away from Taiwan, Li Fengyi. So may she have we should be sure that she has a very good rebirth. Venerable Chechara from Institute Lama Zopa, who had a heart attack. he built so many stupas all over the world. So I think he also helped here in France with the Nalanda stupa. Yes, he had also COVID, but he is very sick. Venerable Punsok in Israel, an Israeli monk, he has had a series of strokes, so it's quite serious. I'm not sure if he recovers, but anyway, in this life, but he, may be connected to his teachers as quick as possible. And for Thupten Kadro's mother, Barbara Uchvari, who entered the Bardo state, and for Mausi Miller, she was a listener to the prayerathon a few weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. She has 2 autistic sons. She lives in the United States. So she got fired due to not being vaccinated, as she has a health condition, and she might lose her house. So that's so we also want to dedicate merit to her. So Venerable Yvonne, who is in hospital. So may she quickly recover and be reunited. So then for all our monastic communities and all our sponsors, may they have healthy and fortunate life, create even more merit, and reach enlightenment as quickly as possible. And for all our teachers, of course, not only His Holiness Lamazoba Rinpoche, but all our other teachers, Kandrola, all our precious geshes, we can benefit other Rinpoches. So thank you so much for being here together on the prayerathon. So let's see, Venerable Damche.
Venerable Tenda, how are you? It just seems like a flash since I've seen you last at handover.
Yes. It's maybe 10 hours ago. No, a little bit more.
Yeah, something like that. That was lovely to see you.
14 years ago.
Yeah, but no, thank you very much. That was lovely to listen to the prayers that you were reciting.
Yes, so, it's very inspiring, and those prayers are so powerful. So it's lift your mind really to another realm, the power of these prayers.
But that's what I like about prayerathon, because everybody has a sort of something they add to, the structure and bring inspiration and thought. And I think that's why people haven't got bored with us yet as well, listening in, which is great. It's not like you. Do you remember when you grew up as a kid, you had to listen to the Sunday sermon, everybody was sort of asleep sometimes. But no, it's
so many monks and nuns, but people can choose.
Yes, which is great, which is
Ginny and Aldo, they can just choose who they step in with.
Do you know what? Sometimes I think Ginny and Aldo are more online than we are.
What a merit. It's amazing.
It's great, isn't it? I mean, that is dedication.
Thank you, Simon. You have a very sweet voice when you sing.
Thank you.
And very, very disciplined.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, So,
Thank you for your singing.
I was a church boy, when I was young in the gospel group.
Also, I 20 years ago in a chorus a cappella.
Yes. And you're sensitive to that. Yes.
Yes, I know when someone is disciplined.
Yes. I agree with you, Jenny. Actually, all days are there to create merit in different forms, and Saturday prayerathon.
When you pray singing, you're praying twice.
Yes. So at that time already I made prayers. May I later sing that holy beings like that they are happy with it. So say like that. That you do it with a pure heart and just to make people happy.
See you next week.
Thank you so much. Damche, very good session.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Yes, well, I hope so. Final session for the day for me.
Yes.
And then, of course, we got the final two, Men Angie and Lozang Trinley, which is,
two fantastic nuns.
Two fantastic, high energy, and very, very warm-hearted nuns to finish the day off, and
wow.
you know, put our collective merit into the karma bank.
Yeah, and the universe, fill the whole universe
absolutely.
with our vibes.
Yes, and I think Ginny, Ginny's also doing a lot of proactive. Is it every mantra, every stitch a mantra, isn't it, Ginny? So
Ginny, where are you from? From UK? From Ginny? Yes, it's a very international name, eh?
Yeah.
UK, yes.
So
anyway, thank you. Nice to meet you all, and have a good evening, night, and weekend. See you next time.
See you next time. Take care. Bye bye.
Ciao, ciao. Bye bye.
Bye bye. So yeah, that was